Tuesday, September 16th at 2 p.m. I welcome my colleagues on the authority and welcome our guests. We're very pleased and honored to have you with us today. The first thing on our agenda for the authority is the approval of our minutes from the August 19th meeting. Are there any requests for any additions or deletions, changes to those minutes? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Second, Mr. Tatum. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Okay, I will turn things over to Mr. Sandy.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Let me pull. First, we're going to have an update from Chantel. So we have Brian and Tabitha here today to kind of update us on the status of our 2021 grant and our 2022 grant with Chantel that we're kind of approaching the finish line on. So they'll give us some updates there, as well as Rob Mann is here again from American Electric Power to kind of give some updates on the progress there as well, specifically to the Chantel project. I did pass out just an updated chart. Keep in mind, this is through August, so it doesn't include the last couple weeks, but it's through the month of August, kind of the progress that we've seen there. And I'll just point out the different columns. So when we have the different columns, we have VADI 21, which means the ones that were funded through that 21 program. 22 is the households that were funded through that program. And then you'll see some other categories. So there's an unknown. UNK is actually an unknown. It's really what you can think of there is those are just extra homes that were picked up along the way that weren't actually part of the grant. And so in that particular case, 703 additional folks are getting that access that beyond what was approved through the grant. The last column there, the bead, what we had discussed with Chantel back a year or two ago was similarly where they were going right past somebody's house, but that house was not on the grant. They agreed to go ahead and voluntarily pick up those houses, and so overall there was about 1,000 of those addresses that we worked with them to go ahead and pick up and provide service. So when you see the numbers, you'll see that some of them are higher than what was even originally projected, and that's because they picked up some additional households along the way. So you can see the final numbers. As example, when you have 126%, what that means is they actually went above and beyond kind of the goal of the grant, and they've connected more households. So just wanted to provide some context to what you're seeing there on those charts. But with that, I'll let Brian come up. I think Brian's going to come up, give an update, and then, as usual, we can ask some questions of Brian, and then we can have Rob come up, speak to the Make Ready progress, and then following that, we have some updates from River Street, another Rob. So unfortunately, Rob Taylor's been under the weather, and thankfully he wasn't going to bring that to us here, so he's joining us remotely today. But we also have Mike Armbrister from West Piedmont that's with us. We'll call him up when we get to the River Street piece. And then Rob again from AEP, because AEP's a pivotal partner in the River Street project as well. So with that, I'll turn it over to Brian. Thanks.
Brian, welcome. We're so glad to have you with us.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here. Thank you for the opportunity to share an update on where we are. So to start off, just orientation. You've seen this chart a bunch of times, but bears reminding every time. Goal of where we're trying to get is 3,508 unserved county residents. That's what our contractual commitment as part of the VADI grant is to cover. In order to do that, estimates are about 520 plus miles of new fiber, which is a lot of work. It was a 2-year contract when it was awarded. From the time of execution, and that end date was extended to October of 2025. So currently the end date of the project contractually is next month. And you got a breakdown of the funding there, $30 million project split between the state, the county, and Chantel. Again, these are just the cabinet areas. Again, there's a cabinet, it's just a central piece of equipment that kind of feeds out the broader area. So this is kind of the first step of breaking the county up into these sub areas that we'd be working in. Within each of those, there's further smaller projects that are subdivided. But the point here is the central equipment has been up and running for a long time, ready to go and running. So where are we right now? At this point, there are, of the 3508, there's 2,413 VATI locations that currently have broadband delivered. And there's a way to move Rob Taylor's.
69%.
But it's, okay, 69% where we are of the total commitment. And again, it's important to stress that's not 69% of the total work, because that doesn't, there's engineering work and the make-ready work, all of that. That's 69% of the actual households that have service available to them today. So if a home has fiber running past it, but it hasn't been lit yet, that's not counted in that 69%. So the reality, when you look at the total project, it's much more than just 69% done. Because like I said, design permitting work is substantially complete. We've got the fiber cabinets, they're all ready to go, lit up, and to date it's been $34.3 million expended through August. So that's what's done and dusted. However, what is also in progress right now, and we'll hit on this a couple times, but there has been past 3 months through coordination with Chantel, with AEP, and with the board, with the authority. It's been a really, really positive, helpful working relationship that has got a lot done over the past 3 months, to the point where enough make-ready has been completed that we have 1,060 additional locations that are under construction today. That is 234 miles of the 520 that we referenced at the beginning. So there's a lot in production right now. And of that 234 miles, fully 168 of that is placement complete, which means the fiber is set where it needs to be. There's still potentially some splicing, testing, certification work, but the actual main construction crews out there putting fiber in place is 168 miles of 234. Of that 1,060, more than half, about 600 of those locations, we expect to be in service by the end of this month. And then we've got another 40 or so pending release to construction in the third quarter. One of those areas to call out, and this will be relevant to the make-ready discussion as well, is Boone's Mill, and it's what's called DSA. It's just a small project area, DSA 5. We've got a parkway crossing, which is just an extremely lengthy permit process. This has been in work for a very long time. We've been pushing really hard to get this done. We have pivoted. We think that we have a workaround where we won't have to cross the parkway, but that there's a road that goes under it that we may be able to bore under. So we're working on that. Hopefully have resolution in the next week or two. There's crews out there today working to get that done. But there is some risk to that in timeline, just if that underground shot is not successful and we're kind of back to the drawing board trying to get the crossing permit finally approved and move forward. That definitely could stretch out beyond the contract deadline. But where we're looking right now at this workaround is we think we have a solution in place, and we'll definitely keep the county apprised of how that develops. The point that'll be relevant to the make ready on that is that if we go over if the underground work isn't able to be completed, we have to go back to crossing the parkway. There's AEP make-ready that has to take place in order to do that. And right now we've told them, pause on that make-ready work because we think we have a workaround and we don't want to be spending resources unnecessarily while we're pursuing this workaround. And there's just a couple of other, in Ferrum, DSA 20, there's some easement issues that we're working through. Again, it's all in process, and we think we've got a good line of sight to move forward, but there's just kind of the nature of the business is sometimes you run into difficult right-of-way and easement scenarios where you got to get some folks involved to kind of talk through that process and find a resolution that's suitable for everybody. And then there'll be just kind of on the back end of this, just continued cleanup work. There's always a little bit of loose ends here or there, something that needs to be come back, whether it's paperwork, what have you, continue on that. So there's always a little bit left to do. But kind of the big banner is that by the end of September, we think we'll have 3,013 locations with service available, or 86% of the locations completed. And then by the end of October, we're targeting 3,363, which takes us to the 96% mark. So currently we're tracking to a better than 95% completion by the current end of the contract. No. Now, there we go. So picture's worth 1,000 words. This is what that looks like practically. The green is what's in service, yellow is in construction right now, and red is where construction has not yet started. So you can see there's a whole lot of green, a bunch of yellow, and very little bit that is red, which is exactly what we want to see, as Steve said, as we're approaching kind of the finish line of this project. This again is just kind of a visual representation of what we had talked about earlier, with the parkway crossing that we need to get under. So I'm not going to spend a whole bunch of time on this unless there are specific questions about it, but this is the one where we've got to cross the parkway. We think we have a workaround, so things should be moving forward. So that's the FY22 project. The FY21 project, this one is only 612 locations. A good number of those are vacant lots, which is always really good. We've had for years kind of those conversations, Steve, where developers come in and they say, hey, if you can get fiber out here, I can sell a bunch of homes. And we say, well, if you get homes, the potential customers that are actually there, we could really make a good business case to bring fiber out there. So this kind of takes advantage of the funding to just get it out there to those vacant lots and circumvent some of the back and forth conversations. Only 28 miles, similar 2-year contract. Right now, there's of the total, there's 372 that are done. Similar status with design and permitting complete. Cabinets are in place. All the mainline kind of base infrastructure is already there and up and running. And right now, we have another 245 locations that are under construction. And we do think that we'll be able to get 100% of this project done by the end of October. And a much smaller picture, but similar, just to give you some sense of scale and completion. Everything that needs to be done is either completed or under construction currently. So this is an eye chart, so I'll just talk to it. The make-ready process has dramatically improved over the past 3 months. There's a lot of factors that have gone into that. We've had favorable weather, knock on wood, for construction. So there's not been a lot of weather-related delays, so construction has been able to move forward. We've had, really, really tight communication between Shentel, AEP, and the county, short feedback loops, exactly the kind of things that you need to get in place. There's been a lot of focus on this, and AEP has really put a lot of focus on getting this done and managing their contractors and keeping them present. And it has had just tremendous benefits. For the phase 1 work, the only remaining work is the work that we've asked them to put on pause while we try to get under the parkway. So for AEP's part, there's really nothing that we're waiting on from them in phase 1. Call that kind of functionally complete. And then phase 2, we're at a point where they've gotten enough work done that we have plenty of work in the field where we're not hitting a delay while we're waiting to get crews in the field and mobilize them. We have plenty of construction work in front of us. And so there's a little bit left to get done in phase 2, but we're in a good place where we're able to keep the momentum going and keep all that. And I'll just reiterate that, it's been mentioned a couple of times over the past few months, but as we're getting to the end of the project, it's really the very hardest to reach areas, right? We're getting really to the end of the line. And so some of these scenarios, it's make ready that requires helicopters to get out there and help do these polls. So it's high effort, and just in a lot of projects, the last 10% probably takes 50 to 60% of the effort. Yeah. That's really where we are right now. It's that last 10% that there's really high effort locations, and so this kind of where we are is pretty much within expectations for the effort to get there. Now, I mentioned earlier that we expect to be about 96% complete by the current deadline. So I'm sure some ears perked up at that. What that means is that we're going to have a conversation about an extension with DHCD. This likely would have been something that we have to broach anyways, just because even after construction's complete, there's still cleanup work. We've got to go get with our vendors and get all the receipts and check everything and make sure that our paperwork is all lining up, the financials are right. Then we can do the closeout process, because there's going to be an audit at the end of this with the state, right? And so we are going to have to put in some sort of extension. I think part of a do out for this is we'll need to get with DHCD and understand from them exactly what they need done before the project completes and what cleanup work they'll allow to occur after the contract expiration date. So that'll kind of determine, is that extension till December? If there's some cleanup work going on to January, will they be okay with us doing that work after the contract closes? So that'll be kind of at their, give deference to what they're going to require. But the positive note is that this extension is not, because of material construction delays at this point. It's, hey, there's just the administrative cleanup work that needs to be done on the back end of any project, and that's really the bulk of what's going to need to be done under this extension. So, Steve, I know you'll probably talk more about that later, but that would be an action that we would require probably this month or next in order to be ahead of the deadline in submitting that extension request. And I think that would be to go talk with the HCD and determine what the appropriate extension is that they would require. But then one benefit of that is also the longer the contract is open, the more time residents have to sign up for service within the subsidy window. And so just to be clear, for scenarios that have like where there's a small extension or a really long driveway, that's covered under the VATI grant. And we're trying to communicate that to residents that, hey, if it's a costly extension to get all the way down your driveway, that, we can't come on your property under this grant. We can just stay in the right of way. But if there's a long driveway or something like that, that's covered under the grant. So when the grant window closes, then we'd have to look at something different for those long driveway scenarios. So we're really trying to get that pushed out, and that also gives us a couple extra months to have those conversations and let residents know that this is the window to sign up, to have that all covered under the subsidy. The money's here now, but it has a timeline. And so that is, I think, the end of my presentation, and we're happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Does the authority have any questions, comments?
My numbers are up.
Your numbers are up.
Yes, they are.
Brian, I can tell you that this, to me, is very illustrative of partnership by definition. And it's very evident in the results that you're demonstrating, the AEP is demonstrating. And that's truly what it takes to come to a successful closure. And we are very grateful for those partnerships and all the work that you're doing to serve our citizens. We're very grateful for that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And I'll repeat the same thing. Grateful for the board's involvement and really advocating for your residents and getting very involved in having these conversations. Very grateful for the tremendous amount of work that AEP has done. And, I get to stand up here and have this conversation and give a good report, but it's all the folks in the field on Chantel's side as well who do a lot of really good, tireless work to make sure that this project is getting completed. So,
Well, please extend our gratitude to your staff and the guys and ladies in the field.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, next up is Rob Mann for AEP. Steve, did you have any intermediary comments? Okay. Rob, hello.
Good afternoon, Board. I'm glad to be here. Nice to see us on a little better terms than a couple months ago. So,
Well, we're glad to have you with us.
I really don't have a lot to add. Brian did a fantastic job covering up. Like I say, this has been quite a partnership, as I've seen in the past couple months. APCO leadership down to our local workers. Like I say, it's been a huge effort behind the scenes. So it was nice to hear Brian talk about that, all the crews that work behind this. So it is a large undertaking, as y'all are well aware. But phase one, we're less than 5% dealing with one permit, basically. So just waiting on that work. Phase two, and we got a little different count how we do this. We've got 13 jobs that are scheduled to begin, and then 10 of those are still in engineering and awaiting funding status. So still working towards that, but like we are in a very good spot with Chantel to complete their work, so according to their schedule. So things have made a lot of headway. As Brian mentioned, August was a fantastic month as far as weather. A lot of things got done. Also, helicopters were mentioned. I did get an update just prior to this meeting. Crews had gone out and visited those two sites, and they now believe, I guess with the drier conditions, they can reach these by the track machines. So that was positive news that we don't have to actually have those helicopters come in, because that is quite a scheduling event for those type of installations for those helicopter crews. And with that, like I say, we have been working closely together, as y'all are all aware. So just reiterate that, you know, we have internally looked at this, and just to assure your board, APCO leadership has put a lot of attention on Franklin County to get this completed. So,
Well, thank you so much. Again, I just reiterate our appreciation for that, and the partnership that's, you know, as I said, it's illustrative of what partnerships, everybody working together and pulling together, what you can do. And thank you very, very much for the expeditious manner in which we've been able to work together over the last few months. Are there any questions or comments for Mr. Mann? Okay, all right, Rob, thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for being here.
Yes.
All right, last but not least, we have our River Street partner, Steve.
Okay, but maybe before we go to that, maybe we'll address what Brian had brought up about a
Yep.
possible extension.
Yes.
We have been in conversation with DHCD. We are targeting or seeking an extension to the end of this year, to Brian's point, to finish up that little bit of construction that's left, but primarily really to allow enough time to complete all the processing of paperwork
Right.
that has to go in to completely close out the project. So what we're seeking is authorization to get an extension through the end of the year. I think to Brian's point is what we don't want to do is if we do want to have a conversation with DHCD specifically about what happens if we have two bills that take us into January. Are they okay with that? So before we definitively say December 31st, we want to have one more conversation with DHCD to say, is DHCD okay with this extension? And is there any issue, if there is any lingering paperwork for whatever reason, if there's a parkway issue that's still lingering for some reason, just to make sure, because we don't really want to come back again and seek an additional extension. But selfishly also, we don't want to put ourselves in a position where we are a high-risk project because we've gone into 2026. So just say that. I think what the action that I would like is the board to authorize the extension, request an extension through the end of the year in consultation with DHCD, I think is kind of a way to word that, and,
Okay.
and just make sure that we're comfortable. If they say, hey, make it January 30th, just to make sure, I think we'll all be okay with that if they're okay with that. Does that kind of make sense?
Yes, so you're targeting just language relative to year end versus a hard date,
Correct.
right? Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
So I think if we can consult with DHCD, make sure we're all on the same page, and then we could put in the formal request at that point
Okay.
to get that extension.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Sandy on this requested extension? Okay, I will entertain a motion to request the extension from DHCD for year end.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we request the extension.
Thank you, Mr. Tatum. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, like sign. Okay, there you go. You got it.
Okay. And I will just say that we're continuously in conversation with DHCD, so they're well aware of the progress. They're actually pleased with the progress that we've made. You know, for the problems the drought has caused, it didn't cause problems on the broadband side. It was very helpful, very
Right.
helpful on the broadband side to
Yeah.
get some much needed work completed. So kudos to both AEP and the Chantel folks. They've really jumped in. Specifically, the last 2 to 3 months we've seen a significant change and a significant improvement. And you've probably seen the orange conduits and all the trucks out there in your travels around the county. There's been a lot of activity going on between the 3 active projects that we have going on. So that's kind of a good transition if we'll transition over to the River Street project. So really this is primarily looking at Snow Creek area, Endicott areas, more of the southern area of the county primarily for this project. This is, just to reiterate again, this is a regional project through West Piedmont Planning District Commission that includes Franklin County, Henry County, and Patrick County. And so we do have Rob Taylor on the line. But before that, I do want Mike Armbruster to come up because many of you may not know Mike. Mike was formerly the director of the West Piedmont when we applied and received this grant. Then Mike left West Piedmont for a time to go over to STEP, and now Mike is back. And so just kind of want a reintroduction maybe to some of you, and just put a face with a name for others that may not know Mike very well. And Mike can just maybe touch briefly on what he's up to these days. And then we'll transition over to Rob for kind of more specifics on what River Street is doing. And then the other Rob, again, Rob Mann, can speak as well to the activities that AEP has relative to this project as well. So
Right.
we're going to change your name to Rob, then it would be Rob.
Welcome, Mr. Armbruster. We're so glad to have you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It has been a little over 2 years since I've met with the board, so it's nice to be back in front of you. Appreciate the opportunity. Save the high-risk project for last. We, as Steve said, we do have a regional project. I'm very pleased now with the progress. We do have a strong partnership with AEP and River Street. And in Franklin County, we're seeing really good construction progress. So really pleased with that. In Patrick and Henry, we're seeing some issues with some of the permitting that has slowed those counties down quite a bit. But we have not seen that in Franklin County. So very happy about that. I will save most of the update for Rob and Rob. But if you do have any questions at any time, that's what we're here for. So always reach out to me. And I'd like to step aside from my professional role as a resident of the county. You've thanked everybody here. I'd like to thank the board and the county staff because I spent the entire COVID period waiting for Chantel to bring broadband to me. And so I know what it's like to have to wait, and I appreciate my Chantel service now, and I appreciate everything the county has done to bring this to the residents. So again, if there's any questions after the presentations, I'm happy to answer those.
Thank you, Mr. Armbruster. Thank you. Any questions? Okay, very good. Okay, so we've got Rob Taylor online next. Steve, is that the direction?
Rob, can you hear us?
Rob, can you hear us okay? We can't hear him.
See, Rob, we can't hear you. Are you on mute by any chance?
Anybody know sign language?
So I was getting ready to say sign language might have to do, right?
You read it up some more. You can interpret for us, please.
Rob? Can you say something, see if we can hear you?
I think he said he'll have all the internet in Snow Creek hooked up with YouTube. Is that what I heard?
We're getting you a
I
t-shirt.
tell you one thing, you just can't beat this
Modern technology.
Rob, are you able to hear? Okay. We're having trouble hearing you, so hold on.
Let me get IT.
How about now? Oh, really low. I don't know if we have some microphone. Okay, well, we might have to improvise here a little bit.
That's not helping, is it? Turn them all the way up.
What's that?
Volume on the PC.
The volume.
Over to the right.
Oh, right here?
Yeah, make sure that's up.
Yeah, it's all the way up.
Yeah, it is.
Yep.
Okay, I hear IT.
Okay. Well, we got the help here. We'll see if we can get it going. Do we want to transition, Rob? Maybe do you have a few things to say about River Street, and we'll let you, Rob Mann, we'll let Rob go until, Rob, we're just not able to hear you, so we're going to get our IT folks to try to help.
He's gonna call you.
Can you say something? Can you ask him to say something?
Rob, can you say something?
No, okay, it's not coming. All right. Echo is there.
You sing a song or something, Rob? All right, Rob, we'll let you kind of come up and speak. Rob, so this is, as I mentioned in the past, the River Street and AEP project is what's called a utility leverage program, where American Electric Power is actually installing the middle mile fiber. So they're the ones installing the fiber lines on the power lines for this particular project. And then River Street is simply connecting to that fiber, and then that's what's being taken out down the side roads and down the driveways and to the end customer. So I'll let Rob Mann speak to some of the progress that they've seen with running that fiber in Franklin County, and then maybe we'll get the other Rob back
Sure.
and we can circle back.
You're trying to confuse us today, Mr. Sandy, with all these Robs.
We didn't have enough going on today, right?
No, not at all.
Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, the Middle Mile VA3 project that we're working in partnership with River Street and Planning Commission, it is going along pretty well for us as far as their build out there. We've got 4 routes. Dickinson, that fiber
That's what
build
I'm,
is
yep, it is.
complete now. They're starting to do the tail splicing. Currently, the end date on that is still to be determined. It should be within the next couple months, but they're still working on that. Our Sego route, the fiber build out, we're complete on that as well. And same situation, fiber splicing is started, but we don't have an end date. Our Endicott route, it's 26 miles, approximately 26 miles total. We have only got 2 miles left to build out on that. There is some distribution work remaining as far as make-ready type work, installing new poles. So that is ongoing. Looking at a splicing date at the end of this month for that, which, and Rob can speak to this also, looking for an ending date just after January of 26 on that route for Endicott. Ingramville, only got 1.1 miles left on that section. Currently, we completed 21 miles. So that's moved along at a very well pace too. Similar as Endicott, there's some distribution work remaining that they're going to keep on working towards to complete. And that one does have a little longer end date as far as all this fiber splicing of March of 26.
Okay.
So, but no, this has also been a good partnership. Franklin County has been a little bit smoother on this section here, and we are still working towards some other permitting in Patrick and Henry County now.
So you don't have any targeted deadline at this point?
I think, and Rob will speak to it too, I was able to see his presentation, but our target deadline total complete in Franklin County is March of 26.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. Any questions from Mr. Mann? Comments? Okay, thank you so much for that update, Rob. We appreciate it.
Thank y'all.
So no can do, Mr. Sandy?
We're still working on that. I do have Rob's presentation.
He's muted. You see that, right?
He's muted now. Rob, you're muted on your end. I don't. Yeah. If you want to call me on my cell phone, I can put my phone up to the speaker. We'll do it old school.
Oh, wait. Can you say something?
Rob, can you unmute and say something? We may have.
I hear the windows sound now.
He's there, but it's really low. Yeah.
That can be fixed.
Okay, well, we'll
Say something?
try again, Rob. No.
Yeah, something on his end.
Yeah, just give me a call on my cell phone, Rob.
I do maybe speakers on now.
Okay, so we're gonna let Rob do that. I'm gonna jump in, and then I might point at Nick, because since our last meeting, we did have a meeting out in the field and kind of looked at some of the activity that was occurring, particularly in Snow Creek and I guess maybe Union Hall, but mostly at that point, we were in the Snow Creek District, looking at some of the activity. So I don't know, you want to speak to that at all? While we're
We
still
had a
trying to
real
resolve
productive-
this issue?
A real productive meeting, I thought. I learned a whole lot and making good progress. We actually met up with one of the crews doing the splicing, and they have a really cool rig where they pull it up in their trailer. It's kind of like what we saw up there at Beaumont Dairy that day. Making good progress. I learned a lot, and I will say my frustrations probably lie more towards the way this whole deal was deployed. I feel it should have been deployed to, even if the build was coming from a certain direction, a priority should have been made to go straight to areas that have no service. I blow Steve's phone up for people in my district who have no phone service whatsoever. Their Bright Speed service is out, and it's an everyday thing in my district, and they have nothing. So my frustration is not so much toward River Street, but I will stay on top of this, and that, you know, we need to get it there quickly. It's desperately needed.
All right, I got you.
Thank you, Nick.
I'm trying to share my screen, but it doesn't say it's allowed.
Okay. Well,
I
you
sent
just,
a request to share.
yeah, you go ahead and start the presentation, and then you think you can figure out the sharing piece? Oh, he's saying it has to be allowed, but,
Yeah, just the sharing is not turned on. The host hasn't allowed sharing for this meeting.
there you go.
You need to request it, and you should get it.
I sent in a request at the beginning of the meeting.
All right, well, go ahead and get started, because we're gonna kind of reach our time. We'll try to figure that out.
Not a problem. All right, if I'm assuming everybody can hear me now.
Yep,
We can hear you,
yeah,
Rob.
go ahead.
So do they have the slides up there, or should I just?
Just start going. We're gonna try to get them up there in a second here.
All right, so the main slide, the first slide that when it becomes visible, just as an overview of the project. In total, it's a $25 million project. We're supposed to be passing 2,745, but actually we'll be passing about 2,878. There are 58 locations along the eastern portion of the county, closest to Pennsylvania County, that have access to our service. Looking at the next slide, it is a close-up of those locations that have the service, showing that they're kind of in the Pinhook area around Lumpkins Marina.
Hey,
and
Rob, can you try to share now? You may have the permission, sorry.
All right, no problem. Yes, I have it now. Can you see my screen now?
Not yet, but I think it'll get here in a minute.
Yes.
All right. Can you see the screen?
Yep,
All right, so as I was saying, out of the 58 locations, they're right there around the Lumpkins Marina and down there by the Franklin Grove Missionary Baptist Church. The next item on the slide deck is the current project timeline. Excuse me. So far, we've completed installing fiber tails for AP splicing at Sago. We completed the fiber splicing design for Ingram. And keep in mind, what happens is there might be a 220 strand fiber going down the road. That's the transport fiber. And then we have to work with AEP to determine which of those strands are going to be spliced through to give us maybe 72 strands or 24 strands or whatever the design is that we need for that area to supply services to each of the locations. Now, These fiber strands can support up to 32 locations off of one strand, but we try to not oversubscribe. So that's part of the design when this is complete splicing design, is how many fibers and which fibers are we going to take out of that transport fiber to provide distribution to the residential locations along this run. Installing fiber tails for AEP splicing in Dickinson 1 and 2. We resubmitted a permit for the sandy level cabinet 1.4, and we've ordered the fiber tails for AEP splicing in Endicott and completed the electrical rough-in for the Glade Hill remote. During the month of September, we look at installing the fiber tails for AEP splicing in Endicott, install the power and the conduit for the Glade Hill remote. We've installed the fiber tails for AEP splicing in Ingramville and complete the permit design for Sago, assign a contractor to begin the sandy level area, and create separate bonds for new permits that we need to pull to continue to build. I want to bring up to the board that in the last month we had both members of the board as well as DHCD out in the Glade Hill area looking at the remote, looking at where the fiber transport was being done, looking at some of the splicing that was going on, and I think we have an update here as far as how much has been done since that time. So I'll go to the next slide, which is the boundaries. This kind of shows you the layout. The green areas are Glade Hill, the purple is the sandy level, and the red is the Snow Creek. Now, each of these is going to have typically it's a 12 by 20 precast building that's going to house all the electronics. And normally what happens is that on fiber, we don't want it to go beyond so many miles from that electronics to the end of the fiber. And that helps us to not only supply a gig service now, up to a gig service now to each location, but it will allow us to expand to even faster speeds in the future. The AEP routes are being shown here. The green path is the Dickinson route. The salmon colored path is the Sago, and the gray is the Franklin AEP path. Excuse me. So looking at the total engineering footage, you're looking at 542,000 feet, or that's about 102.7 miles. So far, my understanding is AEP has installed in Dickinson 131,000 feet, or 24.9 miles. In Sago, they've installed 84.48 feet, or 16 miles. And in the Endicott, they've installed 140,976, or 26.7 miles. And in Ingramville, they've installed 121,000, or 22.9 feet, or 22.9 miles, I'm sorry. So out of the 102.7 miles that is supposedly engineered for the Franklin County AEP installation portion, about 98.5 miles have been installed so far. So a lot of progress has been made since the last report that we gave a couple months ago. As far as the standard level, the permits, we have the Dickinson 1 and 2 permits approved. We have the sandy level 1.1 permit approved. We're needing to increase the bond for the 1.2, 1.3 permits, and we need to also send in a revised VDOT for review and increase the bond for sandy level 1.4 and 5. So what happens is the contractors, we have a statewide VDOT bond, and as construction goes on, they tie that portion of the bill to the bond. And if the work isn't completed in a certain amount of time, then we have to increase the bond to cover any additional construction. So I think statewide we've got somewhere around either it's $6 or $8 million in bonding. And so because we have so much construction, we'll have to increase the bond if we don't get the other construction done. But they're working on that to get these permits approved, to increase the bond to go on and get the permits approved for sandy level 1.1 and 1.2. Here it just shows you the build path. On the side is the buried fiber from the CO Pennsylvania, the transport splicing, and from Dickinson to AEP, it's not spliced onto the existing aerial, but the plan is to splice in that into the Dickinson AEP and get the aerial and feed over from Pennsylvania County internet access there. The next slide, excuse me, Glade Hill area permits. Currently 1.1 through 1.5, those are being reviewed by VDOT, and once they get approved, we'll have the bond increase if we need to bring them online as well. There's a blow up here at the Glade Hill where it looks, and that again, I want to say is where we had our recent site visits with not only the county, but as well as with DHCD. The transport comes out of Sandy Level onto the existing aerial that AEP has. The transport will be spliced onto a Dickinson AEP from the existing Franklin aerial towards the Glade Hill CO. And then there is at the aerial AEP three-way splice, there will be transport going back to Sandy Level splice down to a existing buried interduct that we have. And then the buried transport then is in and out of Glade Hill from there. If you are traveling along the road, especially in the Glade Hill area, you'll see the black fibers coiled up on the poles, or you might see them drop down by the poles, and you'll see a black canister similar to the one being shown here. This is the inside of the canister. And those canisters are the splicing points. And typically what you'll see, as shown here, you'll see that there is a fiber that runs in that might be the transport fiber. And again, that can be anywhere from 144 to 288 strand. And then spliced into that is going to be our 24 strand or our 72 strand. I don't think we're splicing any more than 72 at any one point along the network. And those strands are then brought down the pole to a handhold or to a pedestal, at which we then extend the fiber from there, going underground to the different residences or allow a transport link to different residences in the area. And so this right here shows you that in Dickinson, there's 111 splices, and so far 111 tails have been installed. That's not to say all splices have been completed, but the tails have been installed and the splicers are going through splicing in. And then once they splice them in, then they'll run the test on them. And then once they run the test on them, they'll mount this canister back up on the pole, bring our tail down, and at that point we can pick it up and start extending the services to different people along those pathways. In Sago, out of the 66 splices, there's 66 tails installed. And as Rob mentioned earlier, we're currently working on the Endicott and Ingramville, but those two together have 223 splicing canisters that need to be installed, and the tails will be dropped as needed to feed those areas. That's all I have. If there's any questions, please let me know.
So we tell him thank you.
I was going to say thanks for not bringing that here, Rob.
Are there any questions from authority members? Comments, questions?
I think really this project is complicated, but I think as Nick saw, I think we can kind of break it down into almost three phases. So first AEP has to run their fiber, then the splicing has to happen, which connects River Street's fiber to AEP's fiber, and then River Street gets it to the house. So it's kind of in simplistic terms, it's kind of a three-step process that's happening. And so as we're hearing, a good portion of AEPs has been put in, and now, a good portion of splicing has happened. So that's starting to open the door for that, distribution out to homes very soon. And so, Rob, I don't know if you can give a projection on that as far as when we might see some folks off the Dickinson line start to get connected.
No, I don't have that, Steve, but I will get back with engineering and see if they can give me, I guess what you're asking for is a timeline and when we can start seeing customers turned up off of the Dickinson line, and I'll ask them to let me know, because there's going to be some electronics that have to be installed both by AEP and by River Street before that can happen. And so I'll need to find out what the timeline is to get that equipment installed, tested, and ready to go to supply services.
Okay, and I'll just let the board know that we'll put a copy of this in the Friday packet, so you'll have a copy of both the presentations from today as well.
Yeah. Rob, thank you so much. I don't know if you can hear me.
I can't hear you.
And I'm sorry you're not well. Please feel better soon. We appreciate you not sharing your germs, though. Okay, very good.
Thanks, Rob. We're going to let you go, I think.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Sandy, do you have any closing remarks on the presentations?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right.
Madam Chairman.
Pardon?
Madam Chairman,
Oh, yes.
question maybe that Steve can answer. I don't know. I'm not sure. I think I had a call on the way down here from a resident near Callaway. I think it's in your district, Tim. I'm not sure. It's on Buffalo Ridge Road, and that's about a quarter mile from Turner's Creek. Who is servicing that area? Do you know? He wanted to know if we could give him a completion date when he thought might have a hookup on it.
Yeah, that's kind of that's kind of one of those areas where there's maybe a little bit of overlap. Now, typically, what I'll do is when I get the address, I'll go on their website and put the address in for Chantel and see if it pops up. It'll say whether it's part of their service area or not. And if that doesn't work, then it's probably River Street. So then I go to the River Street's website and put that address in to see if it pops up. So, but I can. If you give that to me again offline,
I'll get the address.
I can get back to you and give you an answer on that. Thank you.
Okay, are there, we're at the section of our agenda, if there are any comments, generally speaking, by authority members, anything you'd like to bring up?
Steve, you have any update on Verizon?
No, I do not.
Okay.
Okay, hearing nothing further, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the Broadband Authority meeting.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Second, Mr. Tatum. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed,
All
like
right, we're
sign.
going to recognize a gentleman I've known for a long time. Used to work with him at the Sheriff's Department when he was a magistrate. Remember that, Arnold? I do. Yep. And that was, well, I'm not going to say anything because that'll be read out in the. 5 years ago. It was at least 4 or 5 years ago. Wasn't that far, was it? And in that, if you feel like coming forward, I'll ask you to come forward. If you don't, you just stay right where you at.
I'll come. Where would you like me?
Right up here to the front, please. If you feel like coming. Miss Dillon, if you want to come up with him, you come too. You don't want to? She don't want to come up and stand with you, Arnold. She don't want to be. She don't want her picture took with you.
Turn around a little bit, Arnold. We'll face the crowd. I feel like Monty Hall on Let's Make a Deal when I get this microphone in my hand.
Mike Carter's going to give the presentation. Mike?
I've been knowing this guy a long time. I remember as a young person starting a business in Rocky Mount, Arnold came by to see me and introduced himself, and he was a longtime customer and a good friend, and it's my great honor today to give you this resolution that's so well deserved. And I was reading over it, and I knew a few things Arnold had done, but I'm like, wow, he's really done a lot. And I'd like to recognize Rick Huff, our former county administrator, John Sneed, a town council member, the sheriff is here. You got a lot of friends here today, Arnold, to support you and thank a lot of you, including myself.
Thank you.
And I look at his family out here, his son, his daughter-in-law, work for the county, work for the town. You've created quite a family here in Franklin County to be proud of. And with that, I'm going to read you the resolution. Can you all hear me? Is this working? Whereas Mr. Arnold Dillon Sr. is a valid active member of the Franklin County community where he has resided and started a business, Franklin County Vendors, from where he fulfilled the county's vending needs for more than 40 years, in addition to serving 12 years on Rocky Mount's town council, and that was when I was a new resident of the town. Whereas Mr. Dillon was committed to full-heartedly providing valuable contributions to the county's successes in addition to helping to navigate through challenges while he served on various boards and committees to include approximately 13 years on Franklin County's Community Policy and Management Team and approximately 4 years on the Recreation Advisory Committee. And whereas in addition to his service on boards and committees within the county, Mr. Dillon was also a founding member of Franklin County High School's Touchdown Club He was a member of Retail Merchants Association, the Franklin County Regional Chamber of Commerce, and the Historical Society, in addition to working as a magistrate in Franklin County Sheriff's Office from 2000 to 2004 with our chairman. Y'all are telling your age. Whereas Mr. Dillon has consistently demonstrated commitment, professionalism, and innovation in his efforts to help the Franklin County community thrive and flourish, and now, therefore, be it resolved that the Franklin County Board of Supervisors recognizes and appreciates the dedication, hard work, and years of service of Mr. Arnold Dillon Sr. and his many contributions to society and the economic, recreational, and social welfare of the Franklin County community. A true citizen of Franklin County. Let's give him a hand of applause.
I didn't realize it was that much, but I want to thank the Franklin County Board of Supervisors for allowing me the opportunity to serve as citizens of Franklin County. And I just appreciate everything y'all do, and I thank you for everything, and especially thank you for this day.
Thank you. Thank you for all you've done for our county, Arnold.
Mr. Chairman, if as you're coming back to the dais, I had a chance to speak to Mr. Dillon before today's recognition, and what I shared with him, I kindly thanked him. I told him, I said, Arnold, you may not realize this, but as a young buck right out of college, many, many years ago, when Mr. Dillon, I had the pleasure, really, of working with Mr. Dillon with the town of Rocky Mount so many years ago. And I recall, I said, Arnold, you may not appreciate this or not as I do now. Certainly I couldn't appreciate Arnold back then what I do now, but I certainly appreciate, and certainly if you know Arnold and you knew him, he could challenge you. And that made me a better administrator. So I kindly thank you. Thank you for your service. Yes, sir.
Thank you again, Arnold. Appreciate you, buddy. All right, Mr. Whitlow is going to have a recognition of a Digital County Award.
Yes, and the irony of this today, I think, is Mr. Dwayne Parker is our IT director.
He's right there.
Okay, Dwayne, come on down. I'm not going to say anything about our sound system and the technology today, but the things happen. That's right. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and I'll come down and share this with Mr.
Come on up here, Dwayne. Come on up here, Dwayne. Thank you, buddy.
Okay, members of the board and members of the public, it's our honor, Mr. Parker, from the Center for Digital Government, also a part of the National Association of Counties, that we present this award. I think we now may be, I don't know how many years, Dwayne, you may know exactly how many years we've received the award. We're got to be 15, 16, 17 years. 17 years, Board of Supervisors, that we've placed.
Nobody's counting, no, are they?
That's right. That we've placed in the top 10 in the United States of counties in this digital survey as a winner. And that's amazing because the population category is up to 150,000. And we've consistently, like I said, 17 years have received this award. And really for our efforts for cybersecurity, web services, technology services, AV excluded today. We'll talk about that more, but things do happen. And so we appreciate you, Dwayne, and the whole IT department. Please share this award. If you go in the IT department here in the back in what I call the old meat cooler here at the old Winn-Dixie building, on the wall, it's like wallpaper. We have so many of these now, so congratulations. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you, Board. I also would like to thank the technology department and all the staff here. They contributed to making this happen. It's not just the IT department, so thank you.
Thank you. All right. We done skipped a whole lot. I have been waiting. It's on, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
I have been waiting for a long time for this next lady to come forward and to present to the board. Miss Lisa. She's been around here. She does this for everybody else, but she does it because she wants to stay in the back. But guess what? Today's her turn.
That's
So,
right.
Huh?
I said, that's right.
So
They're scraping the bottom of the barrel, aren't they?
Oh, is that what it is?
Oh, we don't think so, Lisa
No, I
Lewis.
think the saving the best to the
Oh,
last.
okay,
here.
okay. I'll
Yeah.
take it. I'll take it.
And the prettiest too. So we'll do that. Lisa, good to have you here today. And
Thank
it's
you.
your turn.
Good to be here. All right, I'm gonna hit
You're
some
not
of-
nervous, are you?
Not really. A little bit. Going to hit some of the highlights on our monthly report. Basically, we've got a lot of completed, couple bridges that were completed, Perlman Switch, Timberline, and some pipe replacements that were completed. A lot of those were done, as we've said before, over the summer while school was out. Hop down to, we had a pipe on Route 938 Standiford Road. That was completed just the end of last week. Route 220, we'll be working on, actually we're starting on Monday, 220 southbound between, it's just south of Grassy Hill Road. We have a void and we're gonna make some repairs to that. So we'll have the left lane closed in the southbound direction. It could be closed for a couple of days, but we're not real sure until we get in there. So that will start on Monday. Also, 220 north between Doe Run Road and Route 40. We have some paving that's going on right now at night. So that's happening during nighttime. We have a pipe replacement on Route 781 Rambling Rose. That's in your area, Mr. Tatum. That will happen after the 220 project. So that's just going to be flagging operations, so it won't be any detours or anything. If you flip over to page 2 and the top of page 3, we have some surface treatment activities going on. A lot of the burnt chimney area has been completed, and so they'll be moving into the Glade Hill area next. So if you'll notice, a lot of our 1,300, 1,400 routes, that is our burnt chimney area. So you got Boxwood Greens, you've got Mallard Point, Boardwalk Subdivision. Those areas have been completed. And like I said, they'll be moving into the Glade Hill area next, and Union Hall. And then will be Callaway area. So you'll see a lot of our 600, 700 routes are the Callaway area. So that's ongoing. As far as permitting, we still have the VADI grants going on. You'll see that in areas. I think Scruggs has been somewhat completed. We've got some restoration efforts we've got to get with some of the folks on. Burnt Chimney area's got also got some VADI grant permitting going on, and also Fishburne Mountain,
which you guys get the report, I'm sure. So a lot of those efforts are taking place, and we're very active in permitting them. We had, dropped down to the bottom of page 3, we have completed safety study, Route 678 Northridge. So it's mainly the end of that route from Indian Run Trail to the end of state maintenance. We're posting that at 25 miles per hour. It was previously unposted. So that's in the Hills Creek
Thank you,
District.
Lisa.
You're welcome. As far as construction and project status, nothing here has really changed. So I won't read that to you. As far last month, Mr. Tatum, you mentioned Sawmill Road about a drainage issue. As far as I understand, that's been corrected. They've added some riprap and some shoulder stone to take care of that.
Thank you very much.
And Route 116, centerline rumble strips have been installed for a certain section of Route 116 as well. And that's really all I have. So if you have any questions, I will be happy to take those.
Anybody?
Lisa, I had someone come to me talking about some deteriorating places in the asphalt on Route 890.
Okay.
Like if you come out on 619 onto 890 and take a left going that way, some rough places. If y'all could look into those.
Okay.
And I also had someone ask, it just seems here recently, it's been right many wrecks on 619, and a lot of people have reached out to me liking the rumble strips that y'all put on 122, and they were wondering if that would be an option for 619.
Okay, we can certainly look into that.
Thank you.
Anyone else? How about down this way? Anybody? Okay, yeah.
quick one. Lisa, do you have a status on the roundabout there near Lost Mountain Road, Smart Scale?
Yeah, we actually just had a meeting last week on that. The plans aren't 100% complete, because as
Okay.
you know, it went from one scope
Yep.
to another.
Had to redesign.
Yep, a redesign.
Right.
So the plans aren't 100% complete, but it's still progressing. I think they were maybe at 60% complete, and so we were all on that call last week. So it's still moving forward. It's just, it feels like longer than it, because
Redesigns will do that,
it will,
right?
it will.
Do you have
Yeah.
any projected time frame?
I can get that for you.
Well, it's okay. I don't need to press the issue. I was curious.
Yeah, I'm not sure when it goes to advertisement, because like I said, they're only 60% complete with the plan, so I'm not sure when it goes
Thank
to
you very
advertisement. But
much.
I can find that out. If it's out there, I'll find out.
Well, that's fine. Thank you, Lisa.
Okay.
Anyone else? Boy, Lisa, the others, they got to watch. They can be replaced.
That's right.
Thank
We
you
all
very
can, can't we?
Huh? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you all.
Have a good one. Mr. Carter.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. So for our finance report for the end of August, that'll be 2 months of the fiscal year, so we're roughly looking at 16.6% overall in the budget. Looking at our general fund, our revenues are the ones that are monthly. We are trending in a similar direction. You see some a little up, a little down, but our main ones are our other and our state and federal revenues right around that number. So we're trending as we would anticipate. Same thing with expenditures. The categories that typically have a lot of payments up front at the beginning of the year, you see them a little higher. Your general financial administration, public safety, community development, a lot of those. And the rest are in line with where we would anticipate this time of the fiscal year. Graphically to show that, roughly on revenues, we were a little up in July, we're a little down overall. A lot of that looks to be timing, so I'll break that down a little bit more for you in the categories. You can see general property taxes is roughly equivalent. Same with other local taxes. There's a little bit of growth, but not significant. State revenue is down, but a lot of that is realistically timing. And so the two items that are making up that large difference are social services and CSA. CSA, we were a lot further ahead on paying invoices this year, so the reimbursement we've received has been less this year than last year. It's just the timing. And for social services, similar. The difference with that is we usually do a federal allocation, and so the timing of that is different from this year to last year. And so the money has been received. When it's first received, it's all received under state revenue and then allocated once we receive the report from social services. There's a portion to federal. So when you look at that timing, when we look at what's causing it, it's not that we're $1 million short. Oh, that's back. Okay. And so but right now that's what you see. Probably September, October, that's going to even out when we look at state revenue. So looking at our local taxes, what you would find in that other local tax category. So the revenue to date for sales tax, remember sales tax are 2 months behind as it processes through the state. So August would have realistically been June collections. And so we did better. We were about a 1% behind last month. We're basically even this month, about $1,900 compared to last year. You can see, though, we are trending a little bit ahead of where we would want to be. We're behind where we were prior years as percent of budget. If you notice, we're about 18.5%. This time last year, we're at 17.5%. But we did intentionally budget a little more aggressively for local tax revenue to fund all of the priorities that we have. So we're not overly concerned about that at this point. Meals tax had another good month, and so you can see meals tax is trending higher. When you compare year over year for July and August, about $25,000 is what we would anticipate. And so percent change is 7%, but it is trending ahead of budget, so we're glad to see that. Of course, these are the peak months. You can see the trend. The warmer months tend to be your higher collections, and then that will dip as you get into the winter months. Transient occupancy had a good month to catch up from July. These are typically 1 month behind, so this would typically be your July sales or collections that are then filed in August. And so, payment is submitted in August. And so, increase of only $7,000, but it's about 5.5%, but we are trending ahead of budget from where we were this point in time last year. So overall activity is still looking stable. It's not significant growth, but it is growth, and that's a positive for what we're monitoring on the county budget. For expenditures, you can see they are up a little bit when you compare it to July and August. If you notice the trend, though, they were anticipated expenditures because we're not running too high on budget in any of our fundamental areas. And so for us, that would be planned. You can kind of see what's causing some of that. Again, if you notice your general financial administration, that's going to be some of your upfront costs. There are increases that are in that. Inflationary costs for our contracts, for IT contracts or technology, any of our upfront or insurance, all of those things factor into that number. It was planned for, it's within budget. Public safety, you would expect, mainly because the functional area of public safety, sheriff's office, fire EMS, houses the most employees. And so you're going to see an increase there based on the cost just from a personnel standpoint. Health and welfare is actually down a little bit. The other categories are relatively even. I want to show that to you. A lot of that is going to be timing. You can see social services, the operating is up. That's going to mainly be personnel. Their programs is down a little bit. We'll monitor that, but the programs is heavily federal funded. There's very little local money that goes into those. CSA, of course, a heavy budget pressure. I talked about some of that earlier today. Right now it is down, and that little bit lends to last year we had more invoice payments at this time of year. We were a little behind. We're much more caught up this year, and so the overall looks to be a little less, but within budget and where we would anticipate at this time. Of course, the prior fiscal year stays open through the end of September as far as what we can request reimbursement from the state. So we should finish that up this month, and with our year-end entries, all of that should even out. So if you remember, we did change, mentioned last month, the change in how we wanted to report fund balances. And the reason for that is I feel like it probably wasn't the best portrayal of how our cash flows in the county, because we always took the June 30th number and we kind of showed you that all year. Well, June 30th June is one of the high points in our cash because we have our real estate collections due June 5th. And so to get a realistic picture that cash balance does not maintain throughout the entire fiscal year, We collect property taxes and then we drain them down in between as we spend on county services and county priorities. So you can see as of the end of August, what our fund balance was. It's about $37.7 million. By the time we back out restricted funds that are not part of what we would call our unassigned fund balance that we typically talk about, and then we talk about grants, donations, and our 20% policy minimum. Again, all of these are unaudited numbers at this point. You can see that we only have about $12 million above our minimum policy on unassigned fund balance. So typically we'll say, well, we're 25 million. Well, we are at the end of June. But you can see how this is going to dwindle, and so this will likely go down again in September and really October possibly before we start collecting property taxes again, late October, November for that December 5th due date. So I hope this is helpful for the board to understand when staff is looking at cash flow and we're looking at paying the bills for the county, we're planning that cash flow. It's not that we have $50 million sitting in the bank every day of the fiscal year. And so, but for that, as we kind of go through, I think hopefully that'll help the board see where we are and how we manage. So this is just simple fund balance. There are other reserves. I want to be clear, this is unassigned fund balance. This is the general fund. So this is not every dollar that the county has. But typically the reason we focus on unassigned is because it's unobligated. And the board has the ability to move those funds and use them for purposes should a priority project or otherwise arise. The budget stabilization reserve is not part of that number. It's separate. It's separate reserve in the capital fund. If you remember that we still have that asterisk noted till we restore that. We utilized $750,000 to balance the capital this year, so there's $250,000 balance there, and still an $850,000 balance remaining in the capital reserve. So economic state budget update. State budget, of course, is realistically not started yet. The departments will be. Governor Youngkin will submit his last budget, and typically this will be a biennial budget. This will be the first year of the biennial, so we will see usually in December what is submitted by the governor, and then, of course, anything can happen in the General Assembly. So we haven't really received anything yet of priorities from a locality impact standpoint of what the governor may submit. For CPI, we did see an increase of 2.9%. That was up a little bit from July for the month of August. Core inflation did increase 3.1%. That does exclude food and energy. Actually, food and energy prices overall went down. And so the overall inflationary factor was a little better when you consider those. Unemployment rate went up a little bit, 4.3%. That's still relatively fully employed. The Federal Reserve, been a lot of interesting developments for the Fed. They're actually meeting today, tomorrow. And so they left their rate unchanged from the last meeting, which was July. It's still a 4.25%, 4.5%. And there is wide speculation, especially due to the underperforming jobs market. We only had 22,000 jobs added to the economy the last month reported. And so that was way below expectations. And so you're kind of getting into this stalled economic engine at this point. It's what the Fed is looking at. They have a dual mandate. They need to keep inflation under control. They also need to keep the job market healthy. So likely we will see a reduction, probably a quarter, maybe a half if they get really aggressive, but probably 0.25% that will come out of their meeting today. We're certainly hopeful of that. And then they'll have at least 2 more meetings this calendar year. So hopefully we will see impact of that data, and we will see a step down of interest rates as we move on, and that will drive a little bit more of economic investment. What that will do on the county side is actually lower our investment earnings. And so as we watch that, we will of course inform the board as what that is looking like. We anticipated rate drops in this year's budget, roughly around a 3 to 3.5% planning rate. So right now they still have about an entire percentage point to drop over the rest of this fiscal year before it should impact our budgeted revenue number. All right. So that's it, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, for the finance report. Any questions? Be happy to help answer them.
Anybody got any questions for board?
I sort of have a question and a comment. If the board will recall from our budget session, I brought up the ad valorem taxes from Mountain Valley Pipeline. I found out today, and don't hold me to this figure, it looks like the county's going to receive $2,586,797. So I'm curious where we're going to park that money and what we're going to do with it.
Yes, sir. So I got that report a little before this meeting, so I didn't really want to throw a number out without having a chance to go through it, but I calculated the same number, Mr. Carter. If you remember, we budgeted for $1 million as it was, so roughly that would be about $1.5 million if we receive that in November. And so I think ultimately it'll be up to the board. We have it for this fiscal year. My recommendation is probably we're going to need it for next fiscal year to offset LCI drop for our school system or other capital priority needs. But I think operations are going to need it in next fiscal year's budget. So, Mr. Carter, I think if we do receive that, that would be a good one-time use of about $1.5 million for infrastructure capital needs, such as the board may decide to prioritize. And then from a recurring standpoint, that would be something we would want to build in for some of those budget pressures, like SRO reduction for grants and probably LCI drop for school system. Yes, sir.
Is that an ongoing number?
It is an ongoing number. Keep in mind, though, that those are based on assessments, and so some of that is equipment, and so that value will depreciate. I do not know exactly to what level, but as they invest, I don't know that it'll be the same number every year. Yes, ma'am.
I have a quick
Anyone
question,
else? Go ahead.
if I may. Brian, with respect to interest income, I remember going through budget, interest income didn't really come up a lot in the conversation. I know it was talked about, in all likelihood at the staffing level. So what did we end up year in on interest income from the fiscal year?
Prior fiscal year, we met budget $200,000-$300,000 exceeded for the end of the fiscal year, and so which we had anticipated. So I think we have that much leeway right now. We're trending ahead of budget still with our current interest rate. We're about a 4.2% on interest.
Weren't we at like 1.2 or 1.3?
For the interest rate?
Yeah, interest income.
Interest income, we were before the increases, but that we've probably been around $2 million in collections for the last 2 or 3 years.
And last year was?
Last year was about 2.3. Don't hold me to that, but it was a little over. We budgeted about $2 million.
Okay, and so that was just general fund revenue?
It is.
That you all balanced the budget with?
We did. And so any reductions in that would have to be offset with increases somewhere else. So as the Federal Reserve cuts rates, the interest rate we earn through our investments is tied to that. And so we will have a reduction in that. That will have to either be offset by additional revenue somewhere else or other budget reductions on the expenditure side.
So I guess what I'm trying to get at is the board really didn't have active discussion about interest income last year. Was it kind of, just kind of being dealt with indirectly, and you guys didn't put it at risk for assignment of expenditures?
We didn't, because we expected that the rate would remain relatively stable for this current fiscal year. This is likely going to be a discussion for the board in the upcoming planning for next fiscal year.
Okay, thank you.
And that gets Ms. Smith to that. We budgeted, if you look at our average cash balance, for a 3 to 3.5% return. And since we're over 4%, we anticipated if the Federal Reserve did drop rates, we would be able to absorb that over the fiscal year. So by next June, we should still anticipate, unless they really get aggressive, meet budget. And if that happens, of course, we'll have to come back to the board, probably a mid-year look, typically December, and kind of inform you what the interest earnings are looking like and what property taxes are looking like as well.
Because I think that needs to be an added part to the discussion on the ad valorem, in terms of appropriating that money. With the ad valorem, new monies, if you will, and interest income coming back into the conversation, perhaps. If that, Mr. Whitlow, does that make sense?
Yeah, and if I may add, and of course, I think the board will, we've discussed the, I guess the risk, if you will, minimize the risk, as Mr. Carter said, in terms of being very conservative in the interest income projections and balancing the budget. But as you all know, we've mentioned that for the last several years. As part of budget, we're balancing budget revenues with healthy interest income. Now that we may be going into a season of reduced interest income, that's of concern. So several things to, as we look ahead for budget, if I may, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, in terms of budget pressures. One was already mentioned, of course, the local composite index. We are expecting a reset of that. Won't know that likely until late November. I think it was the time of 2 years ago. The other being, we had a discussion on this during the legislative lunch, and if you all recall, a few years ago as well, we were looking to budget for the SROs, and those grants are expiring. And so when we talk about the ad valorem taxes, any additional revenue from the pipeline, there are several pressures. The interest income, as you mentioned, Ms. Smith, the LCIs, Mr. Carter mentioned, as well as the reduction in the SROs, that phase in, those are all pressures coming before us, as well as potentially, and we mentioned this today during our legislative luncheon, with the fallout or the impact potentially from Medicaid and reform, if you will, from the federal government. It's going to impact the state government. That's something the General Assembly is going to have to deal with in the upcoming biennium budget of the Commonwealth. No one really knows the impact of that, but my guess is, as we talked about, a lot of times it rolls downhill. So those are all those budget pressures, and I appreciate you bringing that up, Ms. Smith, members of the board, because it's something to keep the eyes on. It's very easy to get excited about, and we're very thankful about the ad valorem taxes. But it seems like as soon as, the holes in the dike, if you will, you plug one, there's another leak in the other, and everyone's coming after those dollars in many ways. So thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, Brian.
All right,
Are
yes,
you
sir.
going to speak to the opioid, or somebody from Piedmont's going to be here to do that?
Yes, sir, Mr.
The
Chairman.
opioid update?
I will get a few introductory comments, and then Mr. Greg Preston and his team are up to present that. So if you remember last month, we presented an update on the opioid abatement funding, and so that presentation was a copy that was provided in a previous Friday packet for the board. So what we're looking at, this is now a rolling application window at the state, when I say OAA, Opioid Abatement Authority, which we submit application to for funding. And so there are several projects that could be possibilities. And so we're looking now at, of course, some of these projects have recurring funding streams or funding requests in them. And so smoothing that out, that cash flow out over the years of our opioid funds. And so that's something we'll look at. Currently, the only approved project is through Piedmont for their Grace House, and the board approved that last year. And so it's roughly $155,000, and that is to renovate and add capacity for their postpartum program for pregnant women. And so it is right here in town, really behind the farmers market. And so that is underway. And so there will be some renovations that'll add about 40% capacity for the apartments or the rooms that they're to use there. And so this would be the second round, roughly, of the request. And so likely we will have the next application deadline is in October. And so we'll bring likely a request to the board for an official approval on an actual application. The other thing we're looking at, in addition to Piedmont, staff has looked at several opportunities. One of the items we're looking at is a revival of the community paramedicine program through public safety. And so I'm not sure that opioid funds can be used to fund all of that, but staff is meeting internally, and we'll have a proposal for you as well at the October meeting for overall application. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Preston and certainly be available if there are any other questions on opioid funds applications, but like Piedmont Community Services to present their request to the board.
Mr. Preston?
Good afternoon. Mr. Chairman, Board of Supervisors, Mr. Whitlow, Mr. Carter. I'm Greg Preston, the Executive Director with Piedmont Community Services Board. First, if you may, I just wanted to extend a thank you to the board, especially to Chris and to Brian, for the ongoing support over the years and the ongoing partnership. It means a lot. Piedmont's mission statement. The mission statement basically says that we will help individuals, families, and the community enhance their quality of life by providing a highly effective continuum of behavior health. And I've added developmental disability services, including prevention, treatment, education, and support within available resources. There's one really important word in our mission statement, and that's the word help. And that is truly our mission, is to simply try to help. We simply try to provide good resources for Franklin County, provide professional and evidence-based services for Franklin County and the surrounding area. So today I do have a team of directors that are with me, and we have some recommended services for the Franklin County OAA 3-year request. These services will include the Pearl Program, which is a Grace House services for pregnant and postpartum women in recovery. The Fresh Coalition, which is Franklin County Community Coalition, organized to address public health issues by bringing together diverse stakeholders. We have the Family Treatment Court. The Franklin County Family Drug Treatment Court was created to protect children from abuse and neglect associated with caregiver substance use. And lastly, our mobile unit, which is a treatment facility that's on wheels, designed to travel in the community to provide SUD services and also co-occurring services, which mental health and SUD services. I'm going to yield there and give it to the experts, and they will go over these services.
Regina.
Good afternoon. For those who I have not met, I'm Regina Clark. I'm the Director of Youth and Prevention Services. I get to tell you about some data, but I promise I'll keep it short. So one of the things, we've looked at the data over the last 5 years in Franklin County specific to opioid use. And one of the things that is challenging with collecting data is with a lot of the social indicator data, public health data, it tends to run a little bit behind, usually an annual year behind. So this is data from 2019 to 2024. And you can see here, we have had 380 opioid overdose emergency department visits. We've had 160.5 opioid overdose ED visits per 10,000 visits, 71 opioid overdose deaths, and there have been 126.3 opioid overdose deaths per 100,000 residents. So we'll talk more about the data in a moment, but just wanted to give you just a snapshot of what we're looking at here. So I am excited to tell you about the Fresh Coalition. This is a group that was organized in 2011. We've been in existence for 14 years. And you may recognize that room there, as we've been fortunate to get to use this facility for our meetings before. But a coalition, of course, is made up of individual stakeholders who are committed to addressing a shared mission. So in this case, it's addressing substance use in our community. We do tend to follow an evidence-based model, which is a strategic prevention framework. So everything we do in the prevention world, we've evolved to using evidence-based. We collect data, it's proven. Many of the things that we do, you may have recognized some of the billboards that have been around the county. There's still one up on 220 South. And addressing fentanyl. We do social media campaigns addressing opioid and fentanyl as well as other substances. But also addressing stigma, which is a huge thing that we are up against in the behavioral health world. We partner with local law enforcement to do the prescription drug takebacks twice a year. We do a lot to promote those, and we've even given out lock boxes at that event. The lock boxes and lock pouches is something that we make available to residents in Franklin County at no cost, and we even partner with different folks to provide them so they can then give them out to residents that they interact with. Deterra kits, these are deactivation kits where medication can be put into the kit, add water, shake it up, and it can be disposed of, and it actually is a safer alternative than flushing it down the toilet, which risks getting medications into the water system. We also do revive trainings, and we partner with the Department of Health to provide naloxone. We even teach a program called This Is Not About Drugs in the high school. And it's a science-based program talking about brain science and addiction with specific emphasis on opioids. So we do quite a lot with these things, with these strategies, but we realize we're kind of playing whack-a-mole with different substances. So with prevention, we tend to go upstream. And we started looking at what we call risk and protective factors. There's certain things that put people at risk, whether it's their circumstances or decisions they've made. But then the good news is there's also protective factors that are things that can be put into place to kind of buffer their risk for using substances. So with Fresh, we've done quite a few things to address some of those things. One that I'm most proud of is our Chill Youth Task Force. So we're starting earlier. We're trying to educate and empower youth to be able to be a voice among their peer groups. And one thing that they have been instrumental in helping us, in addition with Fresh and Chill, is revamping the after prom party. It was done for many, many years, and then it kind of faded away. Then it came back and faded again. And so our first one, I believe, was in 2018. Of course, then we had the break with COVID, but we have been able to bring that back for the last couple years and easily have had over 100 students to stay after prom, and just it's a fun event. So that is something we would like to be able to continue to do, just teaching kids that, hey, you can have fun without relying on substances to do that. So like I said, we've been part of a lot of different efforts in the community, and one of the critical things here is having a paid coordinator, because it takes someone to be able to be that consistent point of contact, to be the liaison in the community. Most of all, just the consistency. And while volunteers can do that, there's value in having paid staff to do it. So like I said, after looking at the data, one death is one too many to me. And I would like to think that we certainly have more work to do, but I would like to think that Fresh has been a part of this. It's hard to prove prevention, if you will, but I would like to think that Fresh has been part of the effort to help our numbers to be much lower than our surrounding areas. So we certainly would like to see this to be able to continue and hopefully thrive. So any questions for me?
Anybody got any questions for Regina? Thank you.
Hi, thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak?
Oh, we have a whole team. We come in pairs.
Just myself and one more. So we'll be finishing. Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing us to come and speak. And for myself, Shannon Clark, I'm the Director of Community Support Services, and I'll be talking about the PEARL program. PEARL stands for Peer Empowered Addiction Recovery Living. Our Grace House, again, as Brian had talked about, is located in our old Herrick House building, which is just on West Church. It serves approximately, actually by the end of this week, we'll be full with 5 mothers and babies in regards to treatment. So the Grace House serves pregnant and postpartum women. We're one of a kind in the area. There are other housing pregnant and postpartum women availability like Roanoke and things of that nature, but you can stay longer with us. We ensure that resources and treatment is there in their journey of recovery and what that looks like so that they're stable when they get out. So they actually can stay a little longer. The home, again, is low barrier. It's medication assistive treatment friendly. Each one of the staff, there are 3 currently staff that are there at the home that rotate. So it's somebody at the house Monday through Sunday. We make sure that the mothers are supported in whatever that they need, whether that be transportation, gaining resources in regards to Medicaid, like whatever that looks like, food stamps, all of those types of things, as well as employment. We connect them, trying to figure out what that looks like and best for them, and also for their child. Again, we do not require fees upon entry. Again, it's based on the individual's income, and then also to us trying to help them gain that income as well. It is designed to support the mother and child from birth to the child's 2nd year. Other programs within our, in the state of Virginia are usually 6 to 8 months, no more than 9. Again, we allow them to stay to that child's 2nd year. And if they have other children as well, they can come in as well. During this past winter, however, we faced a crisis that it was sort of like, oh, it's an aha moment. The home lost power for more than 8 hours, and it caused definite stress and burden because we had one of those infants that was on a continual feeding tube that needed power for that pump, okay? So it caused a definite safety hazard issue for the mother and then, of course, the child, the infant. And so we had to do hotel costs that was, of course, out of bounds, not covered by anything. As many of you know, many of our programs we serve regardless of the ability to pay. And so therefore, our need is a generator. We're appreciative of the repair and renovation costs that you all allow for us on last year, but a generator is needed. Again, we have to be able to avoid extended power outages in the future. One, for the child's safety, mother's safety, and then also two, just for the integrity of the program. So that is our thing. Again, we serve and we make sure that the mother gets training, support. They have to attend groups, be active in their recovery, as well as keeping doctor's appointments for the child and things of that nature. We also connect them to early intervention services with Piedmont, as well as with Carillion and Dr. Simcox. She is an OBGYN in the area, and she actually comes out to the home and makes sure that appropriate prenatal as well as post care for the child and those types of things is happening and occurring. So we have excellent partnerships to ensure that the resources are there for the mothers, but we need a generator. Okay? I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for me? I'm sorry.
Anyone got any questions? I don't think so.
Thank you.
Maybe this is like the lady before, Chairman, and they saved the best for last.
Okay.
Okay. All right, we'll see.
We'll see.
I'm going to talk to you quickly about two quick programs. One is our Family Recovery Court, and we were fortunate enough, we were the 5th Family Recovery Court approved in the state of Virginia back in 2022 is when we had that application approved. And there were lots of different agencies that came together and still come together for this Family Recovery Court. It includes us, social services, CASA, victim witness, there's so many people involved, and it's really been a wonderful, wonderful opportunity. The schools are heavily involved, CSA process as well. We're also very grateful. Franklin County agreed to be our fiscal agent for a grant that we received that has helped us to be able to run that program. And we got that through the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Program. That grant is set to end for us in September of 2026. So hence the need for us to ask for funds to make sure that in subsequent years we're able to continue. I want to give you just a couple of quick stats on that program and how we're doing so far. The main goal of the program is obviously to reunite families or to keep families together. Extended separation of families is really traumatic for both the adults and the children involved. I'm really excited to say that we have had 30 children that were removed from their homes that were put back in their homes as part of this program. And I think that alone speaks for how well we're doing. Judge Stone, I want to mention her as well, has been such an integral part of the success of this program, and we're very excited to hopefully be able to continue. The other program that I wanted to talk to you about is our mobile unit. So in Southwest Virginia, obviously transportation is one of the biggest barriers we have to any of our services. So what do? You get, looks like a little Class C RV, and you take it to where people are. So we're very fortunate we were able to receive this with Department of Behavioral Health funds a couple of years ago, and we are up and rolling. Currently, we do 2 stops in Franklin County. We have one in Wertz, and I think the other one is Callaway area. Thank you very much. And we are hoping to add an additional stop. Unfortunately, this is not the most gas efficient vehicle that you can find. So our request is specifically on additional fuel cost for this vehicle. Our next slide here will show you this is our 3 years So this is 3 years for each of these programs and the amount of money that we are requesting. And again, the Family Recovery Court, it's no money for this year because we are grant funded for this year. We want to say how much we appreciate the time that you have allowed for us to talk to you, and for the support that not only the Board of Supervisors but the government give us. And we'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Anyone got any questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your presentation. All right, we're scheduled here in our program for a break. Do you guys need a break, or y'all want to keep going? Nobody's answering, so let's keep going. Let's keep going. I'm going to ask Lisa, she'll come forward to present. You got your book here that you should have got in the mail, I think I got mine Friday. Sound about right? We got them last week anyway. That's what you're gonna be.
Should have gotten it around the 5th, hopefully.
It was week before last.
I know why I got mine Friday, because I was out of town last week. It was there when I got home.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's why it was.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm here to give you an update on the rewrite of the 1988 zoning ordinance. Just to give you a project overview, like I said, the first zoning ordinance was adopted in 1988. We have not had a comprehensive rewrite of it. We have actually done a lot of amendments to it over the years. Just wanted to let you know, we kicked off in July with staff talking to our consultants. They also had a joint meeting in August with the Board of Supervisors and the Planning Commission. And then we kicked off our public engagement in September of 2024. If you remember, there was an online survey. It was open from September 20th through October 24th. We also did public workshops that were held on September 23rd and October 23rd. And we also had focus groups or stakeholder sessions that were also held on September 23rd. We like to think that the overview of this will provide a streamlined and user-friendly regulations, make it easier to use our zoning ordinance, incorporate best planning practices and the current Code of Virginia requirements that needed to be updated, address the goals and strategies identified in the comprehensive plan, and the consideration of citizen needs and uses identified at the public engagement process. This is just a schedule that was supplied by our consultants. You will see that it's September and we are giving you an update, and we'll probably give you another one in December. Just to let you know that your Planning Commission has been working behind the scenes. Basically, your staff reviews and gives comments, and also your Planning Commission does the same. They have work sessions. They have had 3. And in your packet of information that you have, those are the ones that they have been through, vetted. It's Articles 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, and 10. I'll go over those of what they are. Your Planning Commission last week had their 4th work session, and it was on Article 6, the use matrix, and Article 7, the use standards. So the use matrix is a table that a lot of staff has been waiting for. It's going to have all the uses in and where they're allowed in the as a permitted use or as a special use permit. The use standards are standards like for a permitted use that you need extra things that you have to do before you can have it, or before it could be a permitted use. That is a lot of information. We are going to have a follow-up work session with staff and the Planning Commission at their October regular meeting after our public hearings, just to go over more of the uses because there are some new ones. We also have scheduled at least 2 more work sessions with the consultant and the Planning Commission, and the current draft that you have in front of you was provided around September 5th. Article 1 is general. It's just a general purpose, interpretation of the ordinance. It's largely built on requirements of the the Code of Virginia, where our 1988 ordinance needed some updates. Some notable changes, additional divisions, including language that requires conformity with the ordinance, the effective date, and previously approved applications or vested rights. There's also a provision in there for applicants that have submitted applications prior to the adoption of the new ordinance, how that shall be handled. Article 2 is administration. Some of the articles that are covered in there, it's the powers and the duties of your zoning administrator, your Board of Zoning Appeals, and your Planning Commission. This is also where penalties and enforcement are going to be located now in your ordinance. Article 2 is permits and applications. Basically, this is combining all chapters into one. So it's going to talk about your zoning tech and map amendments, your conditional zoning, your SUPs, your rezones, your special use permits, your variance, concept plan, site plan, zoning permit, certificate of occupancy, zoning terminations, appeals, and public hearings and notifications. So that's all going to be in one chapter where you don't have to go to several to find, which will be nice for your staff and people that use the ordinance. District 4 is district standards. The notable changes is the creation of a new agricultural residential district. It's going to be called A2. If you remember, we heard a lot from the agricultural community and citizens that they wanted to preserve agricultural land. The existing A1 district did not do a very good job of that. So too many uses in the A1 districts. So when you get the matrix, the next update, but when you look at this packet in District 4, you're going to see differences in the A1 and A2. Your intent and purposes for those districts are different. So it gives people another avenue to rezone to agricultural too. The district standards have been formatted into tables for ease of reference and use. That will be easier for staff, developers, and citizens. It'll be easy to find everything in one place. It will be in a table. The setbacks have been simplified and illustrations are provided to aid the user, and residential cluster developments are a separate division to apply for, and they are going to be located, if adopted, in more districts. Article 5 is your overlay zoning district standards. Notable changes are 2 overlay districts have been removed. One is the Smith Mountain Lake Surface District. That has to do with your docks and things that are below the 800 foot contour. So that is a good place to remove because AEP controls that for us. The Corridor Overlay District was in there for routes 40, Route 122, and Route 220 in the non-zoned area, mainly for signage. That has been removed because we should not be regulating non-zoned areas in the zoning ordinance. The 4 other overlays proposed are in table form. So it's your 3 on 220, and then your Westlake Village Center Overlay District is proposed to be called the Village Overlay District, which includes new provisions to promote village development.
Lisa, can I ask a question before you move forward? That
Sure.
Smith Mountain Lake Surface District, with that being removed, are they no longer going to come here as part of the permitting process for docks?
No, that, the zoning department has not been approving docks permits. It is approved by the building department.
Okay, but that's
So
going to stay.
that will stay the same. Builders will still come and get the same permits they always get. We're just removing this from the ordinance because we don't use it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. I went the wrong direction. Article 9 is your nonconformities. This is dictated by the Code of Virginia and addresses existing lots, uses, and structures that will not meet the new standards of our code. The one notable thing is an added extension time period for repairs for nonconforming structures in case of federal disasters. The last is Article 10. It's the definitions. The most notable change is the ordinance terms are better defined. The new definitions will help staff, developers, and citizens to understand terms that are located in the zoning ordinance. This is another section that your staff has been very excited about. Next steps. Comments on the existing draft that was delivered to you, if we could have them back from September 30th. I have heard from some of you. They will be passed on to the consultant. Possible Board of Supervisors, you as a board may want a work session in the coming months on this document. Just let staff know. Also, like I said before, we will be scheduling an update in December for you. And that update will have the use matrix, the use standards, community design standards, and more definitions. I know that was a lot of information in a very short period of time, and I would be glad to answer any questions that you have.
Anybody got any questions or comments?
Lisa,
Marcia?
Yes.
I'm reading through this. Have we cut down on the time process, the length of time it takes to get permits or reviews and all that?
There are some state codes that have reduced our time periods for site plan and subdivision. I don't think we put like regular times in there. If that's something that you would like to see, I would definitely pass that on to the consultants. I think John Broughton and myself, we try to make sure that they don't stay in our office that long. We're hoping that the new ordinance will speed up some of it will make it easier for people to fill out applications, get them submitted, and get them through the process so that they're not in our office for a long period of time.
There was one, and I can't remember where it was at, to be honest with you. I'd mark it and find it, but it was something about a review. Y'all had 90 days to do a review back on some particular item. That seems like an awful long time if I'm waiting for it, you know?
The 90 days, the code, I know when somebody comes in for a rezoning or a special use permit, we tell them that the process could take 60 to 90 days. There was a review fee, there was a review that was over 60 days for site plans, ENS and stormwater, and there was a time when my office was taking the whole 60 days to do, but we have backed that up. Usually we can get the comments out in 45. And then the state of Virginia has reduced that limit to 45 days also. So that change will be reflected.
Thank you.
So Lisa, is the new software you guys are getting gonna promote that time efficiency factor?
It will. We are in the process, the board approved us to go with a new permitting system. And actually, we have started configuring the permits. And we do think that is going to make the process a little faster also. Thank you. Because citizens will be able to enter the information on a portal. So it's going to come directly to our offices, which should help efficiency. Even though the building department and the planning department are looking at applications at the same time, because a lot of it will be entered digitally, we will be actually looking at and doing approvals at the same time. We hope that is going to speed up with our getting a permit out of both of the offices.
I missed it. Maybe you said, what time, when will that be coming online for?
We're hope
What
to.
percentage are you now?
Pardon me, what percent?
At what point are you now at that?
We have just started, but I think it's in the first, we hope January. And actually, we've just started some of the configurations, both building and planning, and it is exciting because it's going to be very user-friendly, and it's user-friendly for staff. And we can build our own permits, and we can have the workflow the way we want it. So I think that's how it's going to make things quicker. It's pretty exciting. As you can tell, I'm excited about it, and I think staff is too. And I know the building official, John, he is definitely excited too.
Anyone else?
So Lisa, I'm sorry.
That's right.
Go ahead.
Ladies,
Go ahead, Lord.
ladies first.
I'm sorry, I interjected at the last minute. So Lisa, the first update we got, plus this one, I've got a lot of flagged questions, and for both versions. Would it be helpful if I sat down with you and or Steve before I would send any feedback to the consultants?
That would be great, and we can get your feedback that day, and the staff will be sending it to the consultants. We have a spreadsheet that we send to
It's
them.
not everything that I've noted is going to be a decision for the consultants. It's going to be more staff and experience-oriented inquiries.
Yes, we would be glad to set up a meeting.
Thank you, thank you.
Marshall.
Go ahead. So, Lisa, just as a reminder, we told the public that there'd be no zoning changes, and I think that put a lot of the constituents at ease who were concerned that there would be zoning changes. And in fact, we're reducing the number of by rights for A1 zoned areas. And so while I think that's the right thing to do, I think that we have to kind of brace ourselves for people that come in and say, well, you said there'd be no changes, and you in fact made changes. So it's a reminder of that same discussion that we've had before without a conclusion per se. Then the second comment, and I made this to you, so this is more for the benefit of the board, but I really think we could help this whole process by getting some feedback from builders and developers. And I know that they typically won't go to these meetings. They're just very busy people, and they won't even know about it, or if they know about it, they're too busy to go. And I think reaching out to a handful of the most active people, builders and developers, and I don't know who those are personally, but I think you all do. The people that have good longevity with the county, have a good track record, have been building and developing here for a long time. I think they could give you some amazing feedback, and you might not want to make changes based on that feedback, but at least you would hear it and be able to consider it. And then the third comment was, in light of the affordable housing situation that we have, I think it'd be really good to consider some of the new building techniques, whether it's tiny homes or manufactured homes or modular homes or others, and look at some of our restrictions in there and just consider whether they're outdated, whether they could be changed, whether there's anything we could do with our zoning ordinance to make it easier for people to build more affordable housing. So that's it. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, thank you, Lisa.
Thank you, Lisa.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, all right. Mr. Whitlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other matters and upcoming events, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Few updates for the board. This past Friday, the county closed on the purchase of the Modulcraft property, so we now own the Modulcraft facility. By way of updates, as you may have read and learned and shared in a communication to the board, the town of Rocky Mount has amended its zoning ordinance to provide for various uses, including CTE, 911 center, public safety offices, within the confines of its zoning ordinance through the process of a special exception or a special use, if you will, application. We have filed that application. We filed that application yesterday. That application should travel to the Rocky Mount Planning Commission on October the 7th to be followed possibly, depending on the outcome of the October 7th hearing, before the Town Planning Commission to the Town Council on Monday, October the 20th. So we are hopeful by Monday, October the 20th, of course, working through that process to secure the special use, special exception permit with the Town of Rocky Mount. In addition, this past week, last week, very good update meetings. They were Microsoft Teams or remote meetings, if you will, with the bond rating agencies, with Davenport and Associates and our team. That was a great process. It was not the process we had to go through before. It was more of a review, if you will, of where things are. And without, I guess, predicting the reaffirmation of some of these bond ratings, we're fairly confident there will be a reaffirmation of our bond ratings. In a word from one of the rating agencies, as we got through our presentation, was phenomenal. And that speaks to the credit, again, as I mentioned last month, to this board, to previous boards, both in the good financial management of the county, but as well as the economic growth of the county and that we're seeing. We have a great story to tell. And so The next steps will be to finance that. We'll likely go to the market later this month, the first week or so of October, and we're confident with some good financing results, if you will, from Davenport for our interim financing for borrowing, and that includes both reimbursing for the purchase of the ModuCraft facility, but then also for the architectural engineering plans. So very much we're busy, and thankfully so. The school system's excited. I think I shared with the board earlier, and you'll likely see this perhaps coming forward in the 26-27 budget request, but possibly even sooner, depending on year end from the county school system. I did have a conversation with Dr. Sears regarding a possible security system, very advanced AI technology in terms of weapon security. It's pretty neat system. It's used by several hundred colleges across the United States, as well as school systems. More on that later. But in terms of other updates, we are in the busy time of the season. It is festival, it is annual meeting season, and y'all have probably seen that in the weekly communication. It seems like every week someone's having an annual meeting. And so I know this board's going to be quite busy, but I'm just going to hit a couple of highlights. September's Library Card Awareness Month. We've seen an exponential increase in our library cards at the library. I think it was 150 new cards or something the other day. 200 now. Wow, thank you, Brandy. 200 new library card memberships and continues to grow daily through the month of September. So if our citizens have not been a part of our library or the services of our library, we have a great library system. So if you haven't got your library card, please reach out and do it. There's a community partnership Scarecrow Trail on Rocky Mount going on, and of course it ends at Wade Park with a big festival and competition here in October. September, something that you all have received, and this is one of the largest, if I would say maybe the largest in all of Western Virginia. It's the largest that I'm aware of any locality that puts this on, even large cities, is our Senior Expo. It's this Thursday. It's from 10 to 2. I know the board has a work session at 3. If you have a chance, if you want to head over to the Essex Center around 1:30 before our 3 o'clock meeting, it's phenomenal. And it's targeted specifically for our seniors. There's vendors, there's food trucks, very well attended, as you all know, in the work of our Parks and Rec and Aging Services Department. In addition, coming up, it is political season in terms of our legislative agenda. On Thursday, I believe it is, October the 2nd, Politickin' and Pig Pickin' is sponsored by the Regional Chamber of Commerce. All of the area legislators, councils, boards of supervisors have been invited, including our state delegation. That is through the Regional Chamber of Commerce. If you're interested in attending that meeting, it's from 5 to 7. There will be some good barbecue. And again, appreciate the Regional Chamber of Commerce putting that on. I'll pass these flyers along so you all could see some of these. Of course, I see Mr. Galding in the audience, Mr. Chairman. I'll pass this along. Hazardous Waste Day. Someone was just asking me about this the other day. Say, hey, where can I go bring my paint? Where can I go bring my old computers and so forth? Well, we sponsor solid waste, a Hazardous Waste Day. This will be held at the old Burnt Chimney Elementary School on Saturday, October 4th. It's from 9 to noon. So you can bring your paints, your paint thinners, all that stuff that typically you can't throw away and shouldn't throw away. You can bring that and it will be recycled for you. Batteries, computer equipment, etc. And then annual meeting time, again, as I said before, the State of the Region, Go Virginia Region 2, will do a State of the Region on Wednesday, October 29th. But also on Thursday, October 23rd, VBR holds its annual meeting. We'll send all of that out in the communication. Want to just to say a couple other things in terms of October, in terms of activities. So much is going on, from kids fishing derbies to the Scarecrow Trail. Blue Ridge Folklife Festival is coming up at Ferrum College October 25th. And of course, next weekend, September 27th, next weekend, September 27th and 28th is the Wine Festival there at Bernard's Landing. Rocky Mount Fest is coming up this weekend. So there's a lot going on. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, as I said, it's festival season, it's annual meeting season. We'll try to continually to get those all that information out to board members. Should you have interest in attending those, please call our office. We'll get you registered. And so thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
All right, thank you, Chris, for that. I want to thank Chris and Mr. Nguyen. We went up there to a meeting with the town. There was a lot of questions asked, and they put their heads together that the staff wanted and had asked. And then the modular craft has been taken care of. And there's a couple other things that needs to be taken care of, but I want to thank them for their due diligence in that. All right, is there anyone else? Let's go down on that end. Let's start down there with Mr. Quinn. You got anything for other matters?
I just mentioned that the Union Hall Farmers Market is now in its second year, and just record-breaking crowds and vendors, and it just continues to go well. And it's matured to the point where you have different people are taking responsibility. Like they have I call her the chief of mowing operations, and they have a marketing manager and a vendor manager. And so it's just continued to go really well with the support of VDOT, of course, to allow it there. Ron Willard to let them use the property, and of course the county support. And then the second thing I wanted to mention is that I mentioned previously that they had applied for a grant for the Union Hall District Baptist Church, and that should be awarded by the end of the month, and it's $500,000. And so we're kind of keeping our fingers crossed it would give the community enough money to do the complete restoration. That's it.
Tim?
Just one thing, I know we have, in the near future, we have some permitting and some requests for, to consider some more solar farm projects in the county. And over the past several weeks, I've been doing some research and also hearing and responding to some of the emails and letters that we've been receiving. And I have a great deal of concern that it's bothered me all along, and I've just kind of put it in the hands of the property owners, hopefully that they know best of what, what they want to do with their property. But my concern is what happens when that solar company goes under, or if it goes under, or if something happens to the economy and the need for solar is no longer as prevalent as it is now, and these solar farms are no longer in use. And we have a county ordinance that says it has to be restored back to its natural state. Okay, who's going to pay for it? That solar company that just went out of business and maybe filed bankruptcy or whatever, are they going to be held responsible? I doubt it. So then it's going to fall back to the property owner. Well, if you've got 50 to 100 acres or more out here, and you have to go in and clean it up and put it back to its natural state, you might be looking at $1 million or more. I don't know of many property owners out there that could stomach that. So ultimately, to restore it back to its natural state, it's going to fall back on the county and the taxpaying citizens of Franklin County to clean up these messes. Now, am I being hypothetical? Absolutely. But it's a very good possibility that this could be the case. I know in some other states that I've read about where this has been an issue, or these solar farms, these companies, who a lot of them are just small subsidiary companies of larger companies, sort of like a pet project that a larger company takes on in this field, and they reach out and they lease this land for 20 years, 30 years, whatever, and 15 years down the road, it's no longer, the demand is not there as high, so they go under. And a lot of them are licensed as LLCs, and I know we had a request a little over a year or so ago for one that the landowner did some research, and he wanted to find out who he could contact if they went under. And he found out that it was licensed through an LLC in Southern California, so when he tried to contact them, there was nobody there to contact. No matter any channels he went through, he could not locate a person. That's a concern for me. And until, for me personally, and I'm just speaking for me, when it comes to these solar farms and and public hearings coming up and everything in regard to solar farms, until I get some better satisfying for me answers on who is gonna pay to clean up this property if and when this solar farm goes out of business, I'm not gonna be able to support them. And I've been all of you know, I've been very open to the requests made by landowners in the county, in my district, being a non-zoned district. You know, I've always believed in property rights, and property owners should be able to say what goes on. But I'm not so sure that the property owners, I think they're looking at dollar signs and not looking at what it could cost them at the end of the day. And ultimately, I don't know of many property owners that could pay to clean up this property out here, and therefore, it would fall to the county to clean it up if we diligently enforced our own ordinance on these people that this property has to be cleaned up. So that's just a concern I have. I'm just laying it out there. That's where I'm at. And, Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna have to sneak out here in a little bit, so when we break here in a little bit, I'll probably hit the road, but.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, and, that's all I had.
Lori?
Yes, Tim, thank you for your remarks. I think I've been there from day one, so thank you for that acknowledgement. The only thing I have, Mr. Chairman, we are post-Ag Fair again this time of year, and I know that staff's probably been debriefing. I think we can all acknowledge, I guess the bottom line is I think that the board, I know we have a list of work sessions that we need to get to in the coming months, but I think because of some of the things that's popped up fairly last minute, some things to do differently, some ads, things like that, I think that I would be interested in the staff debriefing on the Ag Fair, bringing a report to us, and I think the board needs to come together and really look at the Ag Fair about expectations of everything from location to funding. What do we want it to be? What shouldn't it be? Should it be, taken over by a nonprofit? I think everything needs to be on the table because this is one of our flagship programs, if not the flagship program for the county. And it just seems to me, since I've been on the board, from year to year, things continue to evolve with it. But ideas and discussions coming up late in the calendar, not enough time to really plan. So I think we need to really strategically start working on setting the expectation from the board that includes resourcing what we expect, but decide. I think we've got some major decisions to be made on the Ag Fair, and let's just coalesce around that and focus on it, and let's set the path for future fairs. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I want to say something here before I go down on that end. Mr. Tatum's going to leave. I think it's really cool. He's going to go have some family pictures taken with his mom and daddy, and they're in their late 90s. His daddy's 89, so I think that's pretty cool. He still got his parents, so Tim, good luck and congratulations to your parents and everything. And we will
Smile when you're there.
I'll try.
Yeah, smile when you have cheese, huh? And that's pretty cool. And we will remember this when we have this public hearing, what you said.
Thank you. And
I'll bring that up.
I had one appointment for a committee, and I passed it on to Mr. Quinn.
Okay.
If y'all decide you want to put that off until Thursday, I'm good with that, and we can vote on it Thursday if we need to. But
Okay, buddy.
thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
Good luck.
Safe travels.
Take care.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you all know, I'm up for re-election, so I've been out on the campaign trail, and I spent Saturday at the Boones Mill Apple Festival and had a great time over there. If you all hadn't been in a few years, which I hadn't, next year make an effort and go to that. And I'd just like to say there's a lot of things about this job that are not so much fun, but giving Arnold Dillon Sr. that resolution today, that was a lot of fun for me because I met him as a young business person, and he was very welcoming to me when we started our business here. And if we had more Arnold Dillons that were involved in county government and town government, it would be an even greater county than we already have. But that's all I had.
I went out to the public safety picnic on Saturday. They had a really good showing. I don't think anybody realizes just how lucky we are where we live. We have such good things going for us here in Franklin County. Staff, programs, just all around, we are very fortunate to be where we are.
Correct. Marshall?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we as a board need to sit down and come to some agreement as far as our funding for buying the trucks, fire trucks. We got brush trucks, tankers, bush trucks and all. We need to sit down and come to some statement that we're gonna fund so much money for each one of these trucks. Staff needs this information as far as budgeting goes. I think it'd be a great help to them. We need to, I think it'd be a good board to get Mike's, Mr. Fowler, Chief Fowler's input on it. And I think it'd be a help to the staff, big help. Think about that for the future. I also want to put a plug into the free clinic here in the county. I went down a month ago and toured the place. If you haven't been down, you need to go. I always thought it was based on, their service was based on income. So I talked to Ms. Holland. She says, no, that's not the case. She said, when somebody comes, we ask for $10 donation, if a contribution, if they can afford it. That's it. They do a great service. They got a pharmacy there. They take care of people. It's a great thing. Each one of you need to go if you haven't been. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I just passed out a letter. It's a resolution that Boone's Mill sent me. It's in regards to that Quint ladder truck that they have. Mr. Jansen and I have a meeting with them on October the 2nd, I believe it is, at 6 o'clock in reference to this. I don't know what the outcome is. We talked earlier with Mike, Chief Fowler, in regards to this, and I just wanted to give y'all a heads up on what's going on with that. On that, again, I want to thank staff for their, I know a couple of you called me in regards to that meeting afterwards, and I told you that staff had to do some due diligence and go back and get some questions answered or figure out some things, and they did that very swiftly, and I appreciate that. It was an interesting meeting, and I'm sure it's not over with yet. It'll be some more on that, and so some good things tonight. I too am looking forward to the briefing on the ag fair. That ag fair is really growing in the county. I do not want to see it go away. I don't want to see it go away. I want to see it keep going and getting bigger and bigger. And so with that being said, with nothing else from them, Ms. Smith, you've got something to read, because at this time we need to go into closed session. And supper is ready. If you can't smell it, we can smell it here. You got something to say, Bruce? Yeah, we'll go to B75, and we'll do the rest of our meeting there. We have some appointments and all of that. Ms. Smith.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I would move that we enter into a closed meeting in accordance with Section 2.2-3711 of the Code of Virginia, A1, personnel discussion of appointments to county boards, commissions, etc., A3, discussion of the acquisition of real property or the disposition of real property, A5, discussion concerning a prospective business or industry or the expansion of an existing business or industry, A8, consultation with legal counsel regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel. A29, discussion of the terms of a public contract of the Code of Virginia as amended.
All right, I need a second on that. Madam Clerk, you do a roll call vote on that, please.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum is absent for the vote. Supervisor Quinn?
Yes.
Supervisor Jamison?
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes, here. And so it's good to have each and everybody here. Ms. Smith, you've got something you need to read in regards to our closed meeting, please.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move to certify that only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session to which the certification applies, and only such business matters as were identified in the motion by which this closed session was convened were heard, discussed.
Turn your mic on.
Sorry, heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting to which the certification applies. Could everybody hear me? I didn't have my mic on. Okay.
Go ahead and read it again.
Again?
Did everybody hear that? No.
All right, you guys, I'll read it again. So, Mr. Chairman, I would move to certify that only such business matters lawfully exempted under open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session to which this certification applies, and only such business matters as were identified in the motion by which this closed session was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting to which this certification applies.
Thank you. Need a second on that?
Second.
Madam Clerk, do a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Quinn?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum is absent for the vote. Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Jamison?
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes. Okay, tonight we have 5 public hearings. First public hearing is going to be on the Smith Farm Mitigation Bank that was held in open in August, and we're going to allow for any additional public comments. Mr. Sandy, would you come please and start this? You already up there.
Yes,
sitting
sir.
here reading my paper, and you already up there waiting on me. Good job.
Sir, yes, as you noted, we held a public hearing on this item last month, but the board, after the public hearing, elected to continue the public hearing till this month for any additional public comment. And I do have the whole presentation from last time. I was not going to run through it, but if there are any questions that the board would have prior to any comments, I'm happy to address those, as well as James from Clearwater Ventures is here from the group that would be doing the mitigation bank that could also answer any questions you may have now or after, the public comment.
Has the board got any questions that we didn't get answered last month, rather? Mr. Jamison?
Been thinking about this thing. I don't, in my opinion, I would rather see us as a county going and getting so many credits. While they're offering to buy them for us now, and then us going to partnership with them. I'd rather not have a partnership with them. Let them take it, develop it, get whatever they can off of it, and we tell them we want X number of credits back. In a year and a half, we're going to be on the hook. The county's going to be on the hook for somewhere around $375,000 to $1.45 million. I think if we bought all the 3,700 credits that we're talking about. I personally don't feel like we ought to be in business selling credits. I don't know what a credit is anyway. It's sort of like Bitcoin to me.
Sure.
And I just think to myself it'd be better for the county for just get the credits, let them take it and develop it, and possibly negotiate some sort of, I think there was a amount of money set aside for in case of emergency treatment or, correction of any storms or anything like that damaged it. That's my opinion anyway.
Okay, I can clarify a little bit. I think the way we currently have the agreement is we have the ability to purchase those credits at each phase. The credits are released, but we do not have to buy all of those credits.
Right.
So we will have the option every time those credits become available. I think there's 3 or 4 phases that credits would become available. We have the option at that time to decide how many of those credits we want to buy or defer those to a later phase if we want to. So we're not necessarily bound to buy those credits at the time they're released.
The way I understood when I read it, I thought we did, because I think the first offering they had, I think Bobby told me it was somewhere between a year and a year and a half and 2 years.
Sounds right.
And 1,000, the first offering, we were required to buy up to 1,000, which would $375,000 is where I come up with that. And then at some point in time, they would offer the rest of them, or we had a certain length of time where we had to buy the remaining part, whatever we wanted, whether it was another 1,000 or 2,700 or whatever it was. To make it
Yeah, I think when the credits are available and if we want to buy them, we need to decide if we're buying them at that point or release them to the market to be sold. But again, we don't have to buy all of them at that particular point in time. And James, you come correct me if I'm wrong, but the way we've discussed it in the paperwork and in the documents, and if we need to make that more clear, we can make it more clear. But the intention was the credits would be available if we needed them. If we decided we didn't need them, we release them, we forego them, if you will, and those credits go on the market for sale, and then the profit sharing kicks in at that point. So we tried to craft it in such a way that we would have access to the credits if we needed them and if we wanted them. So it's really going to kind of be determined. You mentioned like 18 months. So 18 months from now, when the first credits come out, our needs may look different. And so we might decide at that time that we need to buy all those credits that were proposed to us. But then again, we might not have any need for any credits at that time, and we may say, we'll defer at this point, and we'll just put those on the open market.
I didn't think we had an option to defer them.
That's
going to be
I'll let James address it, and again, if we need to make that more clear in the documents, we can certainly do that, because that's really kind of been the intention.
We need to look, I think, the whole thing, the proposal that was there, it seemed one-sided to me. The county wouldn't get any revenue sharing back until all their costs were known at that point. Like I said, it didn't sound too good. I mean, we have no control of what those costs are. I know and what point they're going to take. Hey, we're done now. This is the total cost. The whole thing, I thought, as far as that proposal goes, needs to be looked at real hard.
Sure, and all I would say there is that they're putting in all the capital, and we're not putting in any capital, so.
Within a year and a half, if we had to buy that, I know, if I understood Bobby right, he was telling me we were looking at somewhere about 1.4 for the actual construction to come in, the crews to come in and do that. In a year and a half, the county would be, if we took all of them at that point, that would pay for that. I mean, you know what I mean? We were paying the
Sure,
county.
if we decided to buy them at that point. Mm-hmm. Yep, go ahead, sorry.
Good evening, everyone. Again, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Again, James Parker from Clearwater Ventures. I'm happy to speak to your concerns a little more. The intent was, just clarifying, the construction would be obligated by, Clearwater Ventures would be covering the entire construction cost. If you're referring to the purchase amount, I believe the offer was the option up to 3,750 credits. And we were, as we stated last time, willing to work with the county to understand, okay, what extension would be necessary. I think we were focused on the 1,200 credits being an amount that was reasonably expected in that first allotment of credits. The option to purchase would be something we would happily entertain to, again, put those credits back into the open market, but not force the county to buy 3,750. But at the time, there was discussion of how many credits the county might need for future projects. We were trying to keep that door open.
Would y'all consider what I was saying? Y'all take the project, 100% it's yours, and give the county back what amount of credits we can consider without any investment at all from the county.
Without, by investment, you mean purchasing credits?
Yes, sir.
Purchasing credits. I think we're open to consider alternatives. That hasn't been the discussion to date, because I think we started off with there being no obligation to buy, but then there was discussions about making sure the county had credit, so that it's a deviation from kind of previous discussions. But
I mentioned to Bobby the last time y'all was here, and he said, well, we probably be willing to consider anything the county, we'd consider anything the county come back to us with.
yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, we started this process and submitted a bid, a response to the bid, with there being no obligation to buy. So I think that's fair to say.
Thank you.
Anyone else got any more questions from the board? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk, you got anyone signed up for public hearing?
Charles Poindexter.
If you will, come forward, state your name and address for the record, please. How are you today, Mr. Poindexter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Charles Poindexter, 395 Loblolly Lane, Glade Hill. I live about a mile from the farm, and my family farm is about a mile and a half away. Neighbors of the Smith growing up. And thank you for the continuation of the public hearing in order for a couple of us that got confused last time, didn't make it. My first point, this is tying up Franklin County land forever for the benefit of other jurisdictions. That's something from us, I guess, if we get money from it. But I encourage you to think long and hard about that, because 50 years down the road, I don't know what Franklin County is going to need. Point two, this whole effort was driven by Northern Virginia, especially Fairfax County. They came in and wanted to have credits across the county. General Assembly approved back. They come back and wanted it for the whole watershed. That was tough fought. I used words like a land grab on it, but eventually it passed. And then they tried to come back after that and make it anywhere in Virginia. And I want to tell you, in my opinion, if we end up with a trifecta government in Virginia after elections this fall, it'll be statewide. That'll be approved in the next year or two. So I'd be very cautious about this thing. What you could do about that, though, is in case they change the law, we could add a clause to this agreement, if you approve it, where it would be only in our watershed before the state changes the law. Third point, I'm always nervous on single bidders. I spent a lot of years in acquisition, especially if it's so-called high demand for these credits. You could re-advertise, but one thing you could easily do is contact VACO and see what expertise they have internally, as well as consultants that they might help you review the document and look for gotchas and experiences of other counties that's gone through this process. Number 4, capital upfront accounts. I'm uneasy. I don't see any guardrails that those accounts and the expenditures up front could chew up a heck of a lot of any potential revenue. Number 5, starting with Obama, EPA and Army Corps of Engineers went overboard in defining wetlands. That's going backwards now. The courts are ruling against them. Then the Trump administration is pulling a lot of that back. So I think it'd be very wise to contact our Congressman, Morgan Griffith, for his insight. I have some concerns, number 6, on the authority on the page 5D for wetlands that are not being used for education and training. That's kind of questionable if you're going to have some other kind of project. Number 7, major point. If you do indeed go through with this, I would suggest strongly look at the deed a little bit and think of this. Farmland and woodland setting. The will says education, training, and recreation. All I've heard about so far has been recreation. So proportion of money up front for education and training. That'd be a fair and appropriate thing to do. My final comment will be broader, but it is have a nexus to the agreement. I knew Mr. Clyde, I knew Mr. James and Miss Gladys. They were neighbors. My dad repaired their farm equipment. I've been in the woods over there many times. He talked fondly of his woods and forestry. And I think we ought to have a forestry education and training component to that land. We can partner with the Virginia Department of Forestry, Virginia Tech, and nonprofits such as the Nature Conservative, who is sitting on $1 billion in access. Plant some American cypress, and we would have a unique facility in Franklin County for statewide use. Thank you for allowing me to comment.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, you got anyone else signed up for this? No one else?
No, sir.
Is there anyone else here wish to speak to this Smith Farm mitigation bank? Anyone else? All right, with that being said, nobody else here wants you to speak to it. I will close the public hearing on this. I'll leave it open for board discussion. I have I have a couple questions, just like Mr. Jamison had, and I would like to table this. I would like to see this tabled for another 1 or 2 sessions until we can get some questions answered, as Mr. Poindexter said, because there is a couple things missing when it comes down to the education and things of this nature. How's the rest of the board feel about it, or what is your pleasure? I'm just going to vote on this. What's the board's pleasure? Where do you want to go with it?
I don't think they're asking for any action tonight. I think we were just to hold the public hearing tonight. Is that correct?
Well, we could have.
And/or-
Well, I mean, you can act on it at any
You can
time.
act on it tonight if we want to.
Okay.
That was what the purpose of it was last time, is we can act on it if we want to,
Gotcha.
but we don't have to. I mean, we can table it and wait until we get some more clarification. Steve?
So, you can hear me okay? One suggestion
Hear you
maybe
fine.
is on Thursday, maybe we can get some of the feedback from the board as far as additional information you want to see, and then that'll give us more time to be able to come back with answers to those questions, if that's suitable.
What about the rest of the board? Y'all feel like that, or you want to go ahead and vote on it tonight?
I think it's fine if some of us need information, and I never like it when we put out an RFP and only get one prospect, but at the end of the day, we did put it out for proposal, and this is the only one we got.
Yeah.
So you're in the confines of who puts in for it.
Correct.
I'm okay waiting till Thursday, Mr. Chairman.
Good for waiting.
All right, let's table it. Need somebody to make a motion to table it till Thursday?
I make a motion that we table this till Thursday.
Someone second it? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? There is none. Okay, thank you. Okay. Consideration of the utility scale solar siting agreement, presented by Robin Ridge Solar LLC for a proposed 35 megawatt solar facility to be located on approximately 439 acres of property on Providence Church Road in Ramsey Lane in the Blue Ridge election district, and identified as parcels number 11, 201, 2000, 6401, and then 5 more consecutive. Mr. Tatum is not here tonight because of other things. We will go ahead and have the public hearing, but we won't do a vote tonight until he's here and let him talk to it. So, Mr. Sandy, you go for it, please.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to go through this quickly, and then we do have representatives from Robin Ridge Solar who will also, make some comments. So just in terms of background, just wanted to hit a few slides about local tools that are available to review, regulate, and approve utility scale solar facilities in Virginia. So there's the comprehensive plan, which this board has put policies in place that regulates the review of public utilities. There's the zoning ordinance, which of course applies partially to our county. And so for those areas that are zoned, there is a special use permit process that's required. And then a couple other things that are more specific to solar have to do with siting agreements, which is the topic of the conversation this evening. Virginia Code Section 15.2.2316 allows localities to negotiate a siting agreement for solar projects. And I'll just add the footnote there that if the board chooses to enter into a siting agreement discussion, that approval of the siting agreement is also is proven conformance with the comprehensive plan. So that's written in the Code of Virginia that way, that if you take that path to do the siting agreement, that satisfies the comprehensive plan review process. And then the final item just to note is there is something called a revenue share taxation when it comes to utility scale solar that's authorized under Virginia code. And it authorizes localities to adopt an ordinance to assess a revenue share up to $1,400 per megawatt. I'll talk more about that a little bit later. The board has not adopted that, and I'll kind of explain generally why the board hasn't adopted that to this point. And so speaking of the comprehensive plan, you folks did amend the comprehensive plan. You just adopted the full comprehensive plan back this July. But a couple of years back, you amended it to add policies regarding renewable energy, including solar. There were some objectives to the viewshed and the county's natural, agricultural, scenic, and cultural resources. And then the plan also included strategies for solar siting within the county, part of that being an acreage cap that was put on at 1,500 acres across the county. So these are all the strategies. I won't go through every one of them, but these are some of the strategies that are listed in the comprehensive plan, including not locating them in designated growth areas. So then as far as the zoning ordinance, we also adopted the zoning ordinance really about the same time to provide the measures in place for mitigation and consideration as part of the special use permit process. And that was things like setbacks and buffering. Decommissioning was a very important discussion part of that, and that's something that's pretty significant in our ordinance and in our requirements about the decommissioning requirements, requiring there to be the bonds that the county would have access to, requiring that if a facility did go out of existence or out of use, that it would have to be the property would have to be restored. Those items could not be disposed of in our landfill. All those are in the ordinance requirements, and in fact, they're in the conditions of the siting agreement for this case as well. So speaking of siting agreements, just kind of the way the code outlines that is any applicant for a solar project shall give the host locality written notice of their intent to locate in the county. This Robin Ridge Solar has done that, and then we've initiated the meetings and discussions to get to the draft siting agreement that we have at this point. And the code just goes on to say, the siting agreement may include terms and conditions, including, the mitigation of impacts, financial compensation, and so forth. So just kind of process-wise, as far as the siting agreement, if the parties to the siting agreement agree upon the terms and conditions, the host locality shall schedule a public hearing. So that is where we are at this evening. We've been negotiating this process, and we're holding a public hearing this evening to get any public comment relative to that. The rest of it just speaks about how, we need a majority of the board to approve, and then that becomes, part of a contract in essence. And the final bullet, as I said earlier, is approval of siting agreement means that we deem the project to be substantially in accordance with the comprehensive plan. So I made a reference to the revenue share ordinance earlier. This is an allowance by state code that allows up to $1,400 per megawatt on an electric energy project. The maximum amount of energy that shall be imposed be increased July 1st, 26, and then can be increased after that. A locality can collect tax on solar by either the revenue share ordinance, if adopted, which we have not adopted, or the machinery and tools tax, but not both. And so you have the ability, if you want to adopt that ordinance, the way the one siting agreement that we've approved and what's also in this draft siting agreement is that the applicant will pay the greater of whichever cost it is. And so even though we haven't adopted the ordinance, what it says in the agreement is if that amount of tax collection is higher, that's what they'll pay. So we're kind of getting the best of both worlds in that sense, where we haven't adopted the ordinance, but if that tax generation is higher than in a given year, then we'll get that. And there is a table that's in the siting agreement that kind of outlines, M&T tax is good for a certain amount of years, and then it switches over where the other one is more beneficial. And so again, part of the terms of this agreement is that whichever is higher in a given year, based on the commissioner's assessment, they will pay that tax rate. So specifically speaking of the Robin Ridge Solar Project, just a few highlights of that project. On June 12th of 25, Robin Ridge Solar did submit the written notice, as I mentioned just a bit ago, to the county about wanting to locate a utility scale solar project in the county. It's proposed a 35 megawatt solar generation facility. It's located on 3 parcels. Actually, I guess that's 4 parcels that are identified there. Approximately 376 acres total. That's not all the area that would be used for the solar facility, but that's the total acreage of all those parcels. Generally, well, this is in the Blue Ridge Election District. It's generally behind the Henry Elementary School and off of Providence Church Road. If you remember where the old racetrack is, it's actually that property. For those that have been around a while, will be familiar with that property. It is part of a non-zoned area of the county. So in that sense, there is no special use permit that would be required.
Sir, we have to leave those doors open. We have to leave them open. It's an open. Thank you. I'm sorry.
That's okay. So there is no special use permit because it is in a non-zoned area. As I mentioned earlier, in that case, we either do the comprehensive plan review or we do the siting agreement. And we agreed to move forward with the siting agreement portion probably 2 months ago to negotiate a siting agreement. We've been working on that draft and those negotiations, and we have the draft that's before you tonight. And again, we have scheduled this public hearing, and there was notice that was run in the news post. I'll let the applicant speak more to the site specifics here on this property, but just kind of in general terms and general location, this is the Henry Elementary School site, and so it's the property directly behind it. Ramsey Lane runs along this side. Providence Church Road is over here. And you can kind of see, again, kind of remnants of the old racetrack here, just to kind of orient you and give you kind of a general idea of where the property lies. As I mentioned earlier, the siting agreement has been discussed and negotiated between the county staff and Robin Ridge Solar, along with legal counsel from each side. The agreement outlines terms and conditions related to the development, including mitigation of impacts and financial compensation to the county. There was a community informational meeting that was held by Robin Ridge. That's part of our requirements, is that they hold a community meeting that was held on August 21st, 2025 at the Henry Community Center. I'll admittedly say I was not there the entire time, but I think there was about 12 citizens that came in and out during the meeting to look at some of the information that was up there and talk with the developer at that time. So don't hold me to that exact number, but it was generally about a dozen or so people. So just a few details, and again, we can talk more detail about the agreement if desired, and Mike, who is here for Robin Ridge, can speak to more of the details and any questions you may have as well, but I'll note a couple of them. As I said before, with the siting agreement, we and the solar siting policy, we are really pointing back to a lot of the requirements we have under the zoning ordinance relative to setbacks, buffering, landscaping, decommissioning. All those things are in our solar siting policy, and so as far as this agreement, the panels will meet and comply with the National Environmental and Product Safety Standards. In fact, there's also a condition that there'll be silica panels that will be used for this project. There's a 150-foot setback from all external property lines, no building or solar panel within 300 feet of an off-site residential structure. There's security fencing. There's also additional screening that's been discussed with the Ramsey Lane property owners, and I'll let Mike address that in a little more detail about those discussions and conversations with those property owners. There will be a decommissioning plan, and there'll also be a surety, a bond that will ensure the removal when the site becomes obsolete. As I mentioned earlier, proper disposal outside of the county is required. And then another point is that the agreement provides for a post-construction safety plan, and they'll work with public safety on that to develop that plan. There's reimbursements to the county for legal fees and consultant fees, for plan reviews and preparation of documents. There are some limitations on hours of construction activities. There's site plan and landscaping requirements, stormwater. All those are requirements that will be found in the agreement. As I mentioned earlier, as far as taxation, the agreement provides that the applicant will provide the annual valuation of taxable equipment to the Commissioner of Revenue, so that can be assessed properly. And then in agreement, or in addition, there'll be that discussion of which tax, whether machinery and tools or the tax revenue or the revenue share, whichever is higher, and that's what would be assessed in that given year. There's also, the agreement provides for the applicant to make a one-time voluntary capital contribution to the county of $840,000 at time of the site plan approval. So that's just a quick summary of kind of the agreement that is in front of you tonight in the draft form. As I said, Mike is here from Robin Ridge Solar. I think he's got a few additional points he would like to make before we open the public hearing. But prior to that, I'll be happy to try to answer any questions you might have.
Has anybody got any questions for Mr. Sandy or you? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Steve, you answered my question about the revenue sharing. I had that on my list. Our code, we're allowing 1,500 acres, correct, total?
Yes, that's total leased area.
So what have we used up now, not including this project? Do you know? Or where will this leave us if this project's approved? Have we used up half of it?
I'll tell you this, we've approved 2, if you include this one, and there's another one that's coming through process, so there's another one that's pending. If we include those 4, we're 750 to 800 acres, so we're relatively halfway there. If you approve the 2 that are currently pending, does that make sense? So we've approved 2, we have 2 pending. The total of all those is roughly 800 acres.
And are you versed on the Virginia Clean Economy Act?
No, sir.
Do you think the solar people will be able to speak to that?
Potentially.
I think it's important to that be part of the discussion. Okay, thank
Gotcha.
you.
Anyone else? Board members? Thank you, Steve. You said there's somebody here from Robin Ridge?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mike Walter.
Sir, come forward, state your name and address for the record, please.
Oh, she driving?
Yeah, I think she's gonna get. Yeah, there you go.
Chairman, member of the board, my name is Mike Walters, for those I haven't met yet, and I lead the development efforts for Robin Ridge Solar. I want to start by thanking you all for the opportunity to provide a brief overview of our project. Robin Ridge is a utility-scale solar project located at approximately 1,000 Providence Church Road near Henry, Virginia. My company believes that every solar project is unique, different. No 2 are the same. Each unique project site has inherent strengths and weaknesses. And while we believe our proposed site has many advantages, we also recognize there's an opportunity to always improve. There's no reason the next project can't be better than the last. So it's under this premise that no 2 projects are the same and that we can always enhance projects in the future that we put in a significant effort to engage with county staff and stakeholders over the last 18 months. And these discussions with staff and stakeholders have identified several issues, and we've done what we think is a pretty good job to incorporate those issues and address them and offer up some solutions into our plans. So I'd like to summarize some of those major issues that we discussed and what we're going to do to address them. First is erosion and sediment control. This is a big issue that we learned from constituents that they're concerned about with our project. So we've incorporated measures in our agreement that exceed state standards, offering even better protection of soil and waterways on site. In addition to the enhanced measures we have, we're going to hire a full-time on-site stormwater erosion and sediment control manager who will perform daily inspections, provide weekly status reports to the county, and coordinate with the local soil and water conservation district and the Virginia Department of Environmental Quality to limit any stormwater and erosion and sediment control issues during construction of our project. A second issue that came up was hazardous materials. We put in the condition in our agreement that our solar panels will not contain any cadmium telluride, which is a potentially toxic compound. Our project will only consist of silicon solar panels, which are not considered toxic and do not pose a risk to the environment or human health. A third issue that came up was visual impacts. Some folks don't want to see it, and we understand that. Also, audible impacts. They don't want any sound coming through for these projects. They live nearby. So our project's design, as you can see here, will take advantage of some of the natural terrain and buffers and place solar equipment in a manner that reduces any visual or audible impacts to nearby properties. Specifically, no equipment can exceed 15 feet in height. We'll have at least a 150-foot setback from all roadways and property lines. We'll have a 300-foot setback from any solar panel or inverter equipment from any residential structure. We'll also have a 150-foot wide vegetative buffer along Providence Church Road, which will reduce visual impacts along that corridor. Also, as Steve mentioned, we're going to install a privacy fence along Ramsey Lane at the request of the landowners who have property along that road. Farmland preservation. This is another big topic that came up when we were discussing with county staff and stakeholders. We've done our best to identify a site that does not impact agricultural land. The primary property, as Steve mentioned, is a vacant, unused log cabin dirt raceway. There's a small portion of the property that's part of our site that does have some row crops on it, but it's less than 15% of the total site. Another issue that came up was environmental protection. Our project will adhere to and comply to all national environmental protection standards, and we will not impact any creeks, wetlands, floodplains, or critical slopes on site, preserving sensitive areas that serve as important wildlife habitat. Further, we'll have native pollinator-friendly plants utilized on site to promote biodiversity and additional wildlife habitat. Economic benefits. This is also important. What's the benefit of the county financially? As Steve touched on, our project will generate a new and reliable long-term revenue stream for the county through property taxes. This consistent funding can be used to support important things like public schools, essential county services, and other critical infrastructure without placing a burden on local taxpayers or resources. The estimated revenue over the life of the project, which includes this one-time voluntary payment, is approximately $3.7 million. Also, the project will provide hundreds of construction jobs that will provide a boost to the local business and services during the construction phase. Safety is another issue that came up. Our project will adhere to comply with all national protection and product safety standards and electrical building codes. A safety plan will be required during the operational phase of the project, and annual training and coordination will be provided with the county's emergency services staff. Decommissioning. This is another big one that came up. What happens at the end of the life of the project? The project owner is fully responsible for the cost of removing the entire facility, recycling any applicable components, and restoring the site at the end of its project's useful life. This obligation is secured by a financial surety, such as a bond or a letter of credit, to ensure that no landowner or taxpayer funds will be needed to decommission the project, even in the event of a default. Last but not least, local engagement. We've conducted numerous outreach campaigns to adjacent landowners through mailing and phone calls. We've held community meetings, we've held private meetings, and we have a stack of letters this evening, I think it's to the tune of almost 30 from local residents who support the project. We've done as much as we think we can to make sure we hear the voices of the folks that live by and the folks that reside in the county about the project. And we know we're never going to satisfy everybody, but we wanted to do our best to incorporate their feedback into the project. So I hope this list demonstrates our commitment to developing a thoughtfully planned project that is not only designed to perform at a high level, but also carefully addresses the needs of local stakeholders while minimizing impact on the surrounding community. So in closing, I thank you for your time, and I invite you to consider approving our siting agreement so we can create a project that offers a significant economic opportunity to the county and its residents while protecting the environment and the rural character of the community for years to come. Thank you.
Anybody got any questions?
Thank you, Mike, for your presentation. Are you familiar with the Virginia Clean Economy Act?
I am familiar with it.
Can you talk about that a little bit for the benefit of the board and the audience, and how a solar project would offset?
Yeah, sure. So, and I also have attorney here too, who maybe I'll speak to this as well in more detail. But that's state legislation. I believe it was passed in 2018, and it requires public utilities in the state to go 100% clean, renewable energy by 2050, I believe. And so the state utilities, including Dominion, Appalachian Electric, AEP, are required to procure clean energy. Of course, solar is considered a clean energy resource. So these projects will help these utilities achieve that mandate, and those targets.
And is it correct that at a certain point in time, they're going to start fining AEP or Dominion Energy if they don't meet these percentages per year? And if that occurs, I assume they're going to pass those fines on to consumers?
Yeah, I don't have all the specific details, but it is my understanding, you're right, that there is financial penalties if they don't hit the targets during the specified deadline.
And I just have, I think, one other question. On the picture, it looks like there's a couple of pretty good-sized lakes there. Do you know where this watershed goes to, where this drains into?
There's small ponds. I'm not sure if there's any drainage beyond just the site themselves.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Mike, you said that the row crops was only made up for 15% of your project, right?
Yeah.
You know how many acres that is?
I believe I don't have the exact number. I'll have to get back to you on that one.
But I see also that some of that is probably cow pasture or hay fields. Do you know how many acres that is?
That's a 30-acre tract.
That's 30 acres, and then we don't know acres on the row crops.
I think it's around 25 on the row crops, but I'll have to double check that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any more questions?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Tell me, you're an LLC, correct?
Correct.
Tell me a little bit about Meridian, the company.
Sure. We're a Virginia-based solar development company. My partners and I have been involved with solar development for a combined 47 years. We have projects across 31 states. Our backyard is Virginia, so we're very active in the Commonwealth. We've developed, this may not mean much to you guys, but over 4,000 megawatts of solar projects to date. And we have a lot of experience to do this, and we take it seriously because we're from Virginia. We're outdoorsmen at heart. When we're not doing this work, we're outside. So being good stewards of the land is important to us, and we take siting projects very seriously.
Where do you live?
We're in Albemarle County.
Albemarle?
Yes, sir.
Any more questions?
And by Virginia-based, do the owners of Meridian, are they based in Virginia or are they somewhere else?
Yes, sir. We're based in Virginia as well. We do have a large investor, and they're based in Texas.
Mike, good to see you again.
Yes, likewise.
Doing well. How many of those projects that y'all have completed have been sold off to somebody else, to another company or whatever?
Yeah, Meridian as a small company, Robin Ridge LLC is a small entity. We don't own and operate the projects ourselves. We have a select group of partners that will own and operate them. They're Fortune 200 companies that had the tax sheet and balance sheet to operate these projects, like a Dominion or like a AEP or some of the companies that we work with, our partners.
So all these precautions as far as decommissioning and all like that, when they're sold off, all the protection goes with it.
Exactly.
Correct?
They own they that's right. It's all in the contract that transfers.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Mr. Carter?
One more question. So Meridian is not a privately owned diversified holding company that has a relationship to New Zealand?
No, we're all privately owned, U.S. based.
Okay.
I think there is a Meridian company out there that is, maybe does have a New Zealand affiliation, but it's not us.
Anyone else? All right. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you all, appreciate it.
Is there anybody else here from Robin Ridge? Steve? Okay. Madam Clerk, I'm gonna go ahead and open up the public hearing. Madam Clerk, you got anyone signed up for the public hearing?
Eric Monday.
Carrick Mundy, please come forward. State your name and address for the record, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Eric Monday. I live at 5949 Coleman Road, Roanoke, Virginia. I own, however, 936 Providence Church Road, which is colloquially called Quarterfield Farm. It is directly across Providence Church Road from the English farm that is part of this site. I did email all of you, and I promise you I'm not just going to revisit my email. As I said, I'm not fundamentally an opponent of solar projects, but I am deeply concerned about the decommissioning protections that are in this siting agreement. And I will acknowledge that they track your zoning code as well. You've probably had some discussions with your county attorney about that, and I acknowledge that it largely tracks the language in your zoning code, but therefore I have some problems with that too. As I said in my email, I was a 20-year local government attorney in Martinsville, and if you've looked at the headlines lately, you'll know by the grace of God I got out of there just in time. But when Meridian contacted me about using my farm for this project, even though I was a local government attorney just like Mr. Gwynn, whom I've known for 2 decades and have a great deal of respect for, I also determined that I could not do this as a DIY project. And so I originally, as I said, attempted to hire the lawyer who's now representing Meridian. He couldn't do it, so I hired another expert in Richmond. And I will tell you, there's no way that I would have signed this. And that's probably why Meridian ghosted me. I also mentioned to you in the email, I didn't get the invitation to that landowners meeting on the 21st, and I think I know why. But I would have never signed this agreement. As I've said in my email to you, and I think you've probably touched on it a little bit tonight, deep in your hearts, you know that this project is going to be sold at some point during the 35 years. You have an absolute exemption for the surety requirement if it gets sold to a Virginia utility entity. And I think this could be lawyered just a little bit more to kind of anticipate what I think is going to be some really slick lawyering down the road to get this project into the name and ownership of an entity that's going to be able to either wiggle out of that surety requirement, or what happens when this gets sold, a surety company is only going to issue a surety in the name of the current owner. Please find an expert that does nothing but solar law. That's what Meridian did, to properly represent your interests and properly protect the future generations of this county. The cost of this cleanup, if you're left holding the bag, is far going to exceed the money that you're going to get out of it in that one payment and the revenue.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Clerk, you got anyone else?
Courtney Smith.
My name is Courtney Smith. I live at 2700 Providence Church Road. I'm through the woods. I'm about less than a mile from this. I have health concerns from headaches, nausea, fatigue, and an Australian study, living near the solar farms. Economic impact on Franklin County. How many people do you think are going to want to tour Franklin County with these huge solar farms? Yes, they say and they're going to provide coverage, but we all know, we've been to Henry County, we can still see them. Property values, within 3 miles, the property values of solar farms drop around 5%, but studies do show closer to 10. That is my house. That is a lot of people in this audience right now, house. We have worked for generations. I am the 3rd generation in my home on my acreage to have that land. And I have children, and we want to pass it on to their children. Environmental and safety risk. Multiple lawsuits across the country show solar farms violating Clean Water Acts and causing erosion. A lot of wildlife habitat will be just completely gone. And there's a lot of hunters out here, regardless if it's deer, rabbits. We need to keep this land. Solar farms are often placed on narrow rural roads. That is Providence. If anybody's ever been down there, you can barely fit 2 good-sized trucks on it. Community voice representation. The majority of the residents oppose these projects. He said he had 30 letters from people wanting them. There's over 30 people in this audience right now who do not. If you do not agree, if you do agree, please stand up. Do you want this solar farm? Please stand up if you do not. Stand up. No.
We don't want it.
With federal tax incentives reduced, these projects are even riskier investments. Solar are inefficient and unreliable due to weather, dirt buildup, and equipment failures. In 40 years from decommissioning, he already touched on that, but who's really going to pay for the cleanup cost? Log Cabin Raceway this is one of my biggest points right here, is a historical site. And if you're going to do anything, a solar farm near a historic site, you need to get certification from a local historic commission. And the Oak Level substation is way too small to receive all this power that's going to come from this large farm. So I urge y'all, I beg y'all to please say no to this. We need to keep them away from our small rural counties. Our children need this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Clerk, you got anyone else? No one else has signed up to speak tonight. Is there anyone else here that wishes to speak to this particular project, the solar farm? Come forward, please. State your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Turner. I live at 1785 Providence Church Road. Good evening. I was born and raised here in Franklin County, and my family is one of the founding families of this community. I want to be clear, I'm not in favor of this solar farm, which is proposed just 1.2 miles from my home. And here's why. The project takes valuable farmland This project takes valuable farmland and our family's hunting land, turning it into an industrial site. Franklin County is built on agriculture, timber, and natural beauty. Once this land is covered in panels, it's no longer producing crops, supporting livestock, or providing hunting land and food for our families. We cannot eat electricity. Does anyone here actually live on a farm or hunt on this land, or are you just imagining it doesn't? The power generated will be sold into the grid, not reserved for Franklin County families. Residents won't see lower bills, but we will see traffic, noise, loss of open land, and lower property values. You call this progress, I call it being used and left behind. Our county is built on history and legacy. Just west of the village of Henry lies the old Turner Place, a log cabin from the late 1700s, a designated historical landmark site, and still stands today, surviving centuries of change. Projects like this don't just change land, they change identity. Covering open land with industrial panels risks erasing what's left of our history and heritage. Do you even care what's left of our children, or is it just not part of the plan? These solar farms sit near ponds, creeks, and watersheds. Stormwater runoffs, chemical leaching, and soil contamination are long-term risks. This isn't just about us. It's about land, water, and safety we leave for our children and grandchildren. Are we supposed to trust a company we barely know with our land and water? If solar is truly beneficial, why isn't it built next to the corporate headquarters of the developers or in wealthy urban areas why is it always rural counties like ours asked to sacrifice farmland, hunting land, and water, history, and a way of life of someone else's profit? Answer that. Be honest, or maybe you don't even see the injustice. I am not against renewable energy, but I am against Franklin County being treated like a sacrifice zone for corporate profit, just 1.2 miles from my home, on land that is fed and provided for my family for generations. Protect our farmland, forests, historic heritage, water, property values, and future generations, and say no to this solar farm. If you greenlight this, you're choosing profit over people and history over our children's future. Make the right choice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here who wishes to speak to this project? All right, I was unclear a while ago. I think I'm clear now. By a show, well, let's just do it this way. All of you that are for that want to see this project, this solar farm on Robin Ridge Road, stand up, please. Okay, thank you. All of you that are against this solar farm on Robin Ridge Road, you do not want to see it, stand up, please. Thank you. Thank you. All right, with that being done, is there anyone else that wishes to speak to this project? All right, with that being said, I'm going to close the public hearing and go back to the board. What's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I think it's worth noting when you look at this picture, just in this aerial shot, I can see 2 other places with proposed solar coming on them. That's in one picture. Mm-hmm. We talk in our comp plan, we talk all the time about preserving our rural character. That's no way of doing it. And those few acres of row crops and the pasture makes up approximately 50 acres. Well, it ain't. The row crops are only 12% of their project, but it's a whole lot more to that farmer. It may only be 12% of this, but it might be a whole lot more of what he's doing. And I know him. You know, to preserve rural character, and in one picture, we're looking at where it could possibly be 3 solar projects in one picture. Just a point I wanted to make.
Yes, sir. Anyone else? I'm concerned that Mr. Tatum's not here. He made that comment this afternoon. He was talking about that. And my biggest concern for this and all other projects is the decommissioning. I'm extremely concerned about decommissioning. What's going to come up with these panels is if they go belly up. I know what the papers say because I helped write them, and I know what they say. But they go bankrupt and leave, and go to an LLC or to a subsidiary. It's a concerning thing to me. But anyway, that's my thoughts on that, and that was also Mr. Tatum's concern. I have no problem. I'll leave it up to the board to what you all want to do, but I have no problem with tabling this until Thursday or to another date when Mr. Tatum's here, or if you want to vote on it tonight, we can. What's the board want to do? Y'all got to speak to me. I can't read smiles.
Mr. Chairman, I think since it is Mr. Tatum's district, he should be here to vote on this project.
Okay.
I agree.
All right. Somebody want to make a motion that we table it until Thursday?
I'll make a motion, we table this decision until Thursday when Mr. Tatum can be here to vote on it.
Madam Clerk, what's the date Thursday? That's the 18th? The 18th.
18th.
A second. A second.
Mr. Jamison seconds it. Let's do a roll call vote on that.
Mr. Chairman, under discussion on the second, may I ask a question?
Sure.
With us trying to defer within 2 days, and this is not currently on the advertised agenda, are we running up against any public notice requirements trying to do it since we have an agenda out there for Thursday?
It's on the agenda.
Oh, it is on the agenda?
I think it is. It's
Oh, it is on there.
Okay,
Yeah.
I retract my
It is,
question.
it is.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I know you have a motion and a second. I'm not for, I just want to say I'm not for tabling it. We have a whole lot of people here that we're expecting us to take action. And there's a whole lot of folks here that are expecting us to take action. And Tim, I understand it's Tim's district and he's not here, but that's not exactly their fault either. I would be for taking action tonight.
All right, so we got a second motion on the,
Well, if it's the pleasure of the board,
we got to do the,
I'll withdraw my motion.
all right, now the motion's been withdrawn.
We need to defer to council. Jim's got, I think, something to say.
If they want to vote on it tonight, well, we can have the motion and deny my motion, and then we can vote on it if that's what y'all want to do.
I think that would be the more appropriate.
All right.
We can go ahead with the motion and deny it, and go ahead and do the vote if that's what everybody wants to do. It can either be, and then we'll have the second one. All right, so, well, Madam Clerk, we got a motion and a second on the table. That's to table it to Thursday. Do a roll call vote, please.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum is absent for the vote. Supervisor Smith?
No.
Supervisor Jamison?
Help me clarify here. What are we voting on? If we say yes, we're going
Whether
to
we're gonna
postpone it till Thursday.
We're voting now on whether we're gonna table it till Thursday, or and if it's a no vote, then we're gonna,
Thank you. No.
Supervisor Mitchell?
No.
Supervisor Carter?
No.
And Chairman Thompson?
no. Like, what was the end of it?
It was 1 yes and 5 no's.
Okay, now we need another motion on whether we're gonna vote for it or against it tonight.
I'll make a motion to deny.
Deny. I need a second.
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, do a roll call vote. The motion is to deny this project.
Supervisor Jamison?
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Quinn?
No.
Supervisor Tatum is absent for the vote, and Chairman Thompson.
Yes.
So that is 5 yeses and 1 no.
All right, let's take a 5-minute break and come back. All right, this is a potential sale and/or lease of county property, Purdue Lane and Route 220. Randy, you kick us off on that?
All right, good evening, Chairman, members of the board. The county currently owns a 40-acre parcel bearing parcel number 208-000-1201, located at or near the intersection of Purdue Lane and Route 220. This property is commonly referred to as the Purdue property. While no specific sale or leases are being proposed for the property at this time, county staff would like the opportunity to sell or lease this property if the opportunity arises in the future. In accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Code Section 15.2-1800 as amended, Prior to any sale or lease, a public hearing must be held to consider public comment. This public hearing was duly advertised and fulfills all requirements of the Code of Virginia. So no action or motion is being proposed or required tonight, but I would be happy to answer any questions if you should have any.
Anybody got any questions for Randy? Anyone at all? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk, anyone signed up for the public hearing?
No, sir.
Is there anyone here wishes to speak to the sale or lease of the county property commonly known as the Purdue property? It's that piece of land in behind the school off of Route 220, right behind the high school. Anyone at all here wish to speak to that? All right, no one here wishing to speak to that. Board, what's your pleasure?
I think, Mr. Chairman, the code requirement, of course, Mr. Gwynn can chime in here, but I think that for the purpose of this evening, just to hold the public hearing because it's required by code, but we do not necessarily have any interest in the property at this point. But to fulfill the requirements that we had the hearing, it's a matter of just now closing the hearing, I think, Mr. Chairman, and then if any interest comes along, we would certainly bring that back to the board.
We got a motion though to whether we want to sell it or lease it though, right?
We don't, not at this time.
Not at this time, we don't?
Since we don't have an offer either way, we probably will leave our options open in that regard.
Okay, all right. That's what you want to do then, that's what we'll do, leave it open and see if we got any interest on it.
So it's just a matter of closing the hearing, then I think it's all we have
All
to
right,
do.
I'll close the public hearing and go back into regular session. Lisa, I think you're next, and it's in regards to the dog park, commonly known as the dog park.
There's another public hearing before that for a
Let me
subdivision.
get back here on my paper, right out of line.
I think that
Lakewood
one's
Capital
first.
Group.
Yes.
Boardwalk Property Owners Group, Owners Associated. Number 5,
Yes.
special use permit.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, we're here to talk about amending a special use permit. There were several conditions on it, and I'll get into some detail. Back in April of 2021, the Board of Supervisors approved a special use permit with conditions to allow for a boat storage yard for a subdivision residence. The condition that's coming in question for you this evening is the condition said the applicant shall install evergreen trees, minimum size of 15-gallon and 6 feet tall, 15 feet apart, and planted around the perimeter of the boat storage yard. The evergreen perimeter shall be included on the required landscape plan and installed within 60 days of plan approval. They did meet the condition, and we'll go into more detail of why they're coming back to you. But the applicant did submit their site plan to our office that had the landscaping plan in it. It was approved. The boat storage lot, if you've been out there, is heavily wooded along both sides and the rear of the property line. The applicant owner stated in their letter of application that the trees that were required to be planted were doing well until the deer, bucks, decided to tear them apart in the fall by scraping their antlers on them. The purchasing of these trees took a little time because of the size, money and energy, and their opinion were not necessary. The letter of application also stated that the boat storage lot has remained wooded and is not visible from neighboring properties. This property is located on Scruggs Road, which is a secondary maintained road. Staff received 5 phone calls inquiring about the application prior to the Planning Commission's public hearing, and no one spoke against or for at the public hearing. We always like to give you a vicinity map of where it's located. It happens to be located in the Gills Creek area. This is a drawing or an aerial view of the property of where the boat storage area is. This is your zoning map. The property is zoned A1. And it has R1 and RPD around it. This is your future land use map. It's low-density residential. This is part of the landscape plan that was submitted to our office, and you can see the trees that were planted on the outside of the fenced area. The proposed request is consistent with the intent of the A1 district of the zoning ordinance. If the condition is removed, they did try to purchase the plantings, or they did purchase the plantings and planted them, couldn't help that wildlife destroyed them. The traffic generated on Scruggs Road should be minimal. It depends on who is bringing their boats back to the storage area. According to the comprehensive plan, the future land use designation, as I stated, was low-density residential, which in residential subdivisions and other housing types are found. In case of lake subdivisions, there is a need for boat storage areas to serve the residents of that subdivision. And this one happens, it only serves the residents of the subdivision. The comprehensive plan does not specifically speak to this condition. However, removal of this condition would not be substantial detriment to the adjacent property, and the character of the zoning district would not be changed. And you could, there is a condition about keeping the buffer there forever. It is concluded that the amendment to the special use permit removing condition number 5 should be approved and is in harmony with the existing use and character trends of the area. Your Planning Commission did hold their public hearing. They made a recommendation of approval for the special use permit with a vote of 5 in favor, 2 were absent with the following 4 conditions. The first one they have come into compliance with. They did have the landscaping plan, did build it in conformance with the conceptual plan. The storage on the property shall be limited to boats, personal watercraft, and trailers, and all boats and personal watercraft and trailers stored on the property have to be operable. No maintenance or repairs can be done on the property. Storage area shall be fenced and gated. Access shall be provided for Franklin County Public Safety, and the use can only be for the residents of the farm. No storage shall be allowed within the yards or setbacks of the required zoning ordinance when it's not. And you could make that wooded buffer area be there from now until eternity. I would be glad to answer any questions, and I'm sure that there is someone here from the HOA that may be able to give you some more information.
Any questions? Mike,
Lisa, when we initially put these conditions on the first special use permit, and I don't remember what the others were, have you had any complaints about the previous special use permit? I mean, have they followed these conditions previously?
Yes, they have. And the conditions are the same, except the number 5 has been removed, and we put about the wooded buffer staying there.
Okay, thank you.
But we have not received any complaints.
I have a hard time believing that there's deer in Franklin County.
Ha ha.
Anyone else?
Lisa, in general, I'll support lifting the condition. However, just one comment for future conditions like this. I suggest that you always include a T-post and a cage for protecting trees like this. There's no chance they'll survive without that. And so with a $10 investment, you're protecting a much larger investment, and it's not that expensive. So I think it'd be really wise to include protection around future vegetation screening because it's so easy and so inexpensive.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, you got anyone signed up here for the public comment? Is there anyone here that wishes to speak to this application for Lakewood Capital Group, the boardwalk property? All right, no one here wishing to speak. I'll close it. close the public hearing and ask the board what's your pleasure.
Mr. Chairman, I would offer a motion to approve this special use permit for the removal of, was it condition number, Lisa, help me with this? 5, yeah.
Condition number 5.
Yeah, thank you. Condition 5. The motion, and I would say the motion is to approve it per the articulated language that we have been given. It's lengthy. I don't know if you want me to read all of that.
All right, I need a second. Second. Already got a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, will you do roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Quinn?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum is absent for the vote. Supervisor Jamison?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes. All right, now we'll do the commonly known as the dog park. Parks and Rec, zoning map. Miss Lisa, you gonna do that one?
Yes, I will start it out. We're here for a we are here for a rezoning to basically a conceptual plan. So in October of 2005, Lake Watch LLC was the applicants, and they came in front of you to request a rezoning of almost 400 acres from A1 to PCD, which is our planned commercial development. For the purpose of this rezoning, they wanted retail, office, technical business, restaurant, banks. They also had different amenities for the outdoors. They also had different types of housing, single family and multifamily. And it also had a master plan / conceptual plan that went with it. So the applicant owner is requesting to amend the approved master plan entitled Lake Watch Plantation. It was dated August 27th, 2005, and it was prepared by Lake Watch LLC and others. So this property is identified as 145 Lake Watch Center Drive, the tax parcel number 01516000100. It was originally approved for offices. The applicant and owner is requesting to amend this master plan, as stated before, to designate, to permit civic use. The request is intended to support the development of the property for public benefit, beginning with the creation of a community dog park, with the potential of addition civic-oriented developments in the future. So basically, the conceptual plan is for this whole tax parcel, with the conceptual plan showing a dog park, but the rezoning is for the whole property, just to let you all know. The request, as I stated, is for the benefit for the public, beginning with the creation of this community dog park, and like I said before, with the potential for addition civic-oriented developments in the future. The applicant stated in their letter of application that the proposed dog park would provide a valuable recreation and social amenity for Franklin County and the residents, promoting community interaction, pet wellness, and a responsible pet ownership. The applicant also stated they believe the project supports the objectives outlined in the county's comprehensive plan and would enhance the overall quality of life in the community. Also stated in the letter of application that the proposed civic use would not create an undue burden to any of the surrounding properties or infrastructure, or efforts would be made to ensure the compatibility with the neighboring land uses. This piece of property is served by public water and sewer. Staff received 5 letters of support, 1 phone call inquiring about the notice prior to the Planning Commission's public hearing. 1 person spoke in favor of the application at the Planning Commission's public hearing. We like to give you a vicinity map. This one is also in the Gills Creek area. It is also located in the Westlake Hills Ford designated growth area. This is a picture of the property. You should be familiar with it. We do have one of our compact sites there. And like I said, this rezoning that you are voting on today is for this entire property to be used as civic use, and then I don't know if it's like an acre of it for the community dog park. This is showing the zoning that is zoned PCD, and that's what Lake Watch Plantation is zoned. You have A1 that surrounds it and a little bit of B2 right here. This is your comprehensive plan. It's also the future land use of your comp plan and your Westlake Hills Ford area plan. As you can see, the blue is civic. The kind of orangish or yellowish color, that is your medium density residential. And then this is your residential mixed use. And of course, this reddish pink color is your village mixed use. This is the conceptual plan that was submitted with the application. And I'm sure that the applicant can go into more detail of what is going to be included in the dog park. Analysis, the property is currently zoned PCD. That's not going to change. What we're here to is to amend the rezoning for the conceptual plan that was approved in August of 2005. That one that depicts civic use for the development of this dog park with the remaining acreage to be developed as public benefit. There will be noise from the dogs barking, as well as more traffic along Lake Watch Center Drive. The proposed change will provide a safe place for owners to bring their dogs to run and play and get exercise, and this area would serve as a community spot for dog owners to socialize and have a sense of community. Also in the PC district, this type of civic area is needed for residents of the community and the surrounding area, whether it's the dog park or some other civic use that might go on the property. With the remote location, the noise from the dogs barking should not disturb others in the community, and the dog park should generate less traffic than the county's collection site located beside the dog park. Future land use designation in the comp plan and the Westlake Hills Ford area plan describes civic open space, provided a range of amenities and services available for the general public. The proposed use and future civic uses of this property would serve the community and future needs of the community as property develops. The plan supports this type of partnership to be developed, amenities for the county and a sense of community for the area. It concludes that the zoning map amendment or rezoning to amend the conceptual plan from the Lake Watch Plantation to Lake Watch Plantation Dog Park dated June 15th, 2025 would not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent properties, that the character of the surrounding area would not change by the use of the dog park or any other civic uses. The zoning map amendment would be in harmony with the proposed intent of our county code, the comprehensive plan, and the Westlake area plan. Your planning commission did hold their public hearing. They did make a recommendation of approval for the rezoning with a 5 in favor, 2 absent, with 1 proffer that the dog park would be in conformance with the conceptual plan that was submitted with this rezoning. Sorry, that was a lot. I am to answer any questions, and I'm sure Paul may have something to add.
Has anyone got any questions for her? Anyone at all? Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
maybe Brandy can answer it too. I don't know. What is the value of that property? What the assessed value of it?
I don't think I put that on the report.
I would have to pull that up real quick. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, ma'am. We're gonna get you the answer. Did you have a question?
Pardon me?
Did you have a question?
No, I'll see what Paul says. I may have a question for Paul.
While we're looking that up, is there any other questions?
Let Paul go ahead. Say for the sake of time.
Yeah, Chairman, members of the board. Mrs. Cooper did an excellent job introducing this project, but I'd be glad to answer any questions that you all might have for me.
How much is the property valued at?
I'll get you the answer on that shortly.
Well, he asked. Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Tapman, welcome. Glad to see you. I know you've been hanging out with us today. question with regard to, we're here at this stage, this project's been worked on for a very long time by a very committed group of citizens, and your RAC as well. When we get to the rezoning portion, first of all, I think what's in the minds of a lot of potentially my colleagues, is care, that the amount of financial impact for maintenance and ongoing care, if you have an idea of that, because what we don't see in this packet is budget projection numbers. I think the board needs to know, and I know that Mr. Byrd may get to this, the amount of money that's been raised. So this may not be totally for you, but the long-term maintenance, how that's going to be managed, and if there are any projected costs on that, and your professional opinion as a Parks and Recreation Director on having the dog park in this location with the leverage of a large amount of money that's been raised.
Perfect. Yeah, lots of questions there. I guess about the success or community need, I think this dog park, if it gets developed, I think will be a big success. I think a lot of people will appreciate and enjoy it. I think it's kind of shown by this grassroots support that it's received already. It's just with these early stages. As far as like maintenance, and I really wasn't prepared to talk about that. I was looking at when we brought it back to after rezoning, and we have run some numbers, so I'm going by memory today, but I think we can do it with fairly, not overextensive, won't overly weigh on our Parks and Recreation staff. I think we could incorporate with contracted mowing. I have estimates for that, and I think for many of our more remote parks, we do a park attendant. Somebody goes there, just make sure if there's trash or flowing, they pick it up, and just sort of puts an eyes on it frequently. We've had success with that because it's a park that's not nearby anything else that we have. So it'll be kind of more difficult to integrate it with just like sending one of my existing staff over there because there'll be so much windshield time getting there. But I think with hiring a part-time park attendant I'm talking about a couple hours a day, won't be overly burdensome and we'll be able to maintain it as such.
Could this be piggybacked on to the Smith Mountain Lake Community Park? The care of that?
Yeah, so the way we manage that now, we do all the mowing, everything like that. We usually have a seasonal person in the summertime when we're fortunate enough to. We haven't been, this past year we had a great seasonal person. We don't get lucky every summer, but in a perfect world, in the summertime we could. That's when generally our parks see a big uptick in use, and our seasonal maintenance person could swing that by there. During the other times of the year, our maintenance people don't go down there frequently. This place will need almost somebody to put their eyes on it. Parks are really busy, not during the work week, but they're really busy on the weekends and evenings, that kind of thing. That's why park attendants are really great. But as far as like if there was painting or a repair or something like that, our crew could, those kind of things our Parks and Rec team could help out on.
So in terms of location, this being proposed in the Westlake Village area, DGA, do you think that this type of use would enjoy more patronage perhaps than it going to an alternative spot in the county with the growth in Westlake? I know I have a personal opinion on that, but I'm asking for your professional opinion.
The Parks and Recreation person, it's kind of a setup. The Parks and Recreation person would always say, recreation, I think, is in big need. I think people will in this community. The community's changing. There's all these residences going up. There's people with dogs and that sense of community. I think there's a huge demand, what I've seen in that area of the county. I think it would do very well. I think it would be a high use of that area.
Okay, thank you, Paul.
Anyone else? Ma'am? You got it?
Numbers?
Yes, we have some numbers. Sorry, it took us a while. The total assessed value is $479,500. The land is $416,300, and the building, which is the compact site, would be $63,200.
That's the entire 16 acres.
Yes, that's for the entire 16 acres.
But the rezone pertains to all the acreage?
Yes, yes.
But then, because see, the dog park we're talking about, what's the acreage? An acre?
I think it's an acre,
Yes,
just a little over an acre.
Okay.
So I don't have like the assessed value just for that. I just have the total. But the rezone is for the entire site.
How many acres are in the whole place?
A little over 16.
How much?
A little over 16.
16, thank you.
And I know I've got a document at home, a more historic document from a previous supervisor, when there once was a conceptual plan, I believe, for that property. Was it that piece of property in Lake Watch for recreational purposes?
A prior,
Mr.
nothing was ever
Kamisha?
formally done. Bob Kamisha had interest in developing that area and putting something out there as far as recreation. There's a lot of discussions, nothing, there's never any engineered drawings or anything like that for the property. It was more, when I say conceptual, it was really just thoughts put on paper and talking to the community. There's a recreation group at that time that was brainstorming about ways that things get brought up, be developed on that site. But there was never any conceptual plan like we're talking about on Lake Watch.
Lisa, can you come back up for a moment, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, Mr. Chairman. I don't guess as much as in depth as I've been with this project, I wasn't under the impression that we were going to rezone the entire 16 acres. And I'm asking the question, I simply don't understand impact of taking the entire 16 acres out of PCD zoning. Now, I know that as the properties get inquired about in Lake Watch, there's going to be a need to rezone unless the whole thing's bought and it remains PCD. Am I correct about that? And
Pretty
so
much.
why would we move away? Is it better to go ahead and move away from PCD because of this project? Or was it better just to do the 1 acre?
Well, keep in mind that the property will stay zoned PCD. It's just that the whole property would be used for civic uses or open space. So the parcel will still stay planned commercial development. But
Okay.
what you're doing is we're tying, it would be better if, and this is probably my fault, it would have been better if I would have had the whole property shown for the conceptual plan. But basically, what we, as a planner, it has been discussed that the other portions of this property, because if this goes through, you're gonna have the compact site, you're gonna have a dog park. So it's gonna be used for civic uses, something for the community. So why not have the whole 16 acres be part of this rezoning? So that, let's say there's some civic use that wants to go there and it's a permitted use in the PCD, then we wouldn't have to come back to this board.
So are you talking about a text amendment or are you talking about a rezone?
We're talking about a rezone.
From what to what?
From PCD to PCD.
That's
I know
my
that's confusion, because what they're having to do here for the rezone is they're having to change the conceptual plan. Because the conceptual plan right now says offices. And as your zoning administrator, an office, dog park / other civic uses are too far apart for me to make that approval. I need y'all to make that decision. I can't just make that administratively.
Mr. Whitlow?
Yeah,
Chris might be able to, he's got something.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Smith, members of the board, it can be very, very confusing. Planned commercial districts, planned residential districts, they were initially, I guess, developed as PUDs, planned unit developments.
Yes.
And so when this was done back in 2005, all of Lake Watch Plantation was a planned commercial district, PCD.
That's right.
And so as part of that, conceptually at the time, and Ms. Cooper noted, on this particular site, it was noted for offices, on some of the other sites, different things. And so from a zoning standpoint, while the zoning remains classified as planned commercial district, PCD, it's an amendment to essentially the initial rezone of 2005. It's really a use amendment, if you will, that now this area, while once slated as potential office, is now, if you will, allow for civic uses like a dog park, collection site, those type of things. So if I guess said another way, if a private developer were to come back before the Board of Supervisors for a planned unit development, planned residential development, and so forth, and they wanted to do something different a few years later than the original request or the rezone, they would also have to what's really called an amendment to the planned commercial district from the original approval of whatever those uses may be.
I just can't get there calling it a rezone.
Right.
That makes no sense to me.
I think it's more understandable to essentially call it, really, you're amending the zoning, if you will, that was initially, I guess, levied back in 2005. It remains planned commercial district, but it's an amendment, if you will, to the planned commercial district to allow civic uses. It is.
Is it a text amendment then?
It's not so much a text amendment to the zoning ordinance, but it's essentially a map amendment, if you will, to the zoning.
The rezone thing is just,
yeah.
It's, after reading the staff report, I'm
really,
just
in essence,
perplexed.
you're amending the concept plan. The reason it is a rezone is because when that concept plan is adopted, that becomes the zoning that's allowed for that property. So you're rezoning it to amend the concept plan. That's in essence all you're doing here.
But I do see your point, Ms. Smith, the nature of it. You know, it's not necessarily, typically when a rezone A1 to R1 and so forth, this one, it's remaining PCD. And as Steve's mentioned and Lisa, it's an amendment to essentially the concept plan of a planned commercial district back from 2005. And it has to be done before they can approve a permit, essentially. As frustrating as that may be.
Okie dokie.
That's my very
help?
layman, and I'm not the county attorney, and I'm not going to put Jim on this. But
Do you have an opinion, Mr. Gwen?
or any
No,
better?
no, it's not a good answer.
Any better explanation, Jim?
I mean, the duress that this group has been put under with the phraseology of a rezone. It just, that's gonna be your answer? Oh, for God's sakes.
Yeah, just going to say, Lisa was saying it's similar to what we just had to do with the Boone property, with the Willard property. That master plan showed one thing that was different than what Alexander Boone wanted to do with that property. So the base zoning stayed the same, but you had to come back and modify the concept
Okay.
plan that was approved as part of the initial rezoning.
I'm just gonna leave it.
You sure?
Yeah, Mr. Byrd said he can speak to it when he makes his comments. Am I having a brain block? Go ahead, staff, tell me. I'm having a brain block, right?
All right, is there anybody here who wishes to speak to this? I'll go ahead and open up the public comment. Y'all come on.
Mr.
Y'all
Byrd.
with Parks.
I'll let Mr. Byrd go first.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Tim Byrd. I am here on behalf of the Recreational Development of Franklin County. We are a local group, and we are really here to tell you how much the community supports this project. The community absolutely overwhelmingly loves this project. To give you an idea how much the community loves this project, we have already raised $39,000 for this project. We have another almost $12,000 in a general fund that we can commit to this project. We're having a fundraiser on October 4th that we expect to earn at least another $7,000 to $10,000 we can commit to this project. And we have another fundraiser in December. It's a poker tournament. I don't know if you guys know this, but Franklin County is a poker county. We have one of the largest free Texas Hold'em games in the state in Franklin County. It's going to raise us at least another $5,000 to $7,000 to commit to this project. The community loves this project. They want this project because, as you saw in the report, this is a particular area of the county that needs this type of project just because of how it's developed. They don't have the open areas. They don't have the dog facilities that we have in other parts of the county. So this kind of facility is really super going to benefit this particular county. Now, there were some questions that, if you don't mind, I'd like to help at least address some of them. take care of things. But the biggest thing I'd like to make sure you guys understand, that this is not some frill or some wanton thing. The county has been behind this. They've organized behind this. They're doing everything they can because they really want this project. But basically, as far as the valuation of the property, I thought that was an extremely important question. What you got, however, is a huge tract of land with 16 acres that they're valuing. When you actually look at the value per acre, it's only a little over $20,000 per acre, and the value of that property is going to radically decrease as you get closer to the dumpsters. No one's going to want to build houses. No one's going to want to build offices. No one's going to want to build anything near these dumpsters. We're right next to these dumpsters. So when you look at it, it's approximately only $20,000 an acre. We're only asking for an acre, and we're asking for probably the least desirable acre in that entire position. So it's probably far, far less than even $20,000 that this value could be. So as far as worrying about the property of the land, which is always a very significant concern, this is actually an extremely affordable position for the county to do this because it's probably the least value 1 acre there. So the county's giving up absolutely the littlest possible for this great project to go through. Now, when it comes down to maintenance of it, a great question. And I don't fault it all because we weren't necessarily looking at maintenance tonight, and the county has done a wonderful job planning for that. I'm sure they'll present it with the budget. But let me tell you how we've accomplished the maintenance issue. The maintenance issue is simple. The bog park is designed to be as absolutely, utterly, and completely maintenance-free as possible. We're using materials that are basically maintenance-free materials and building benches and building facilities. We're doing things like lining fences with rocks and things like that. And I apologize, my time's up. I'm sure Reba will yield her time to me if you don't mind. But so that way we don't have to go out and weed eat. We don't have to go out and commit major facilities. This land is already being mowed by the county. It's already on your maintenance schedule. We're not asking you to increase that in any way, shape, or form. So we're not adding to your maintenance in any way. At most, it's a minor waste disposal situation where we have dog park feces. Last I checked, there is a giant waste disposal facility right next door. We have to walk 20 feet and we solve the problem. So as far as maintenance goes, it's really not a maintenance issue that's going to cause any problems for the county at all. You're already probably doing more maintenance than what you're going to have to do when we get this thing built, because we're going to have all kinds of neat stuff up there for dogs that's going to take away a lot of your mowing requirements. Now, the next issue was this zoning problem. The answer is this. Look at it like this. PCD can be approved with conditions, like PCD 1, PCD 2, and they have these criteria. And when this was done, it had the criteria, and one of the criteria it said was, you got to build offices back here. So it's still PCD, but it's PCD specific to like offices or other various things. Well, that can be amended. It's very simple to do. Well, it's still PCD, but PCD can be for offices. PCD can be for civic uses. PCD can be for lots of different things, as long as it hits the planned development community. So all you're really doing here is you're not necessarily changing it out of PCD. You're simply taking away that particular restriction that was originally thought, 20 years ago that we would do with this, that really just simply isn't applicable today. There are no offices back there. I personally own the land across the street from this dog park, or pretty close. I know for a fact there are no offices back there. There's no real plans to go there. It's not that. That's what we thought at the time. That was 20 years ago. That's fine. We just need to update our thinking a little bit. We can easily remove the restrictions. The county's exactly right. It is, unfortunately, technically a zoning issue because it was zoned with conditions. And when you remove conditions, it has to require a rezone. It's called a rezone, but really all you're doing is removing those conditions or changing them to other conditions. And this is civic use. If the county is really, really concerned about the size of this parcel being completely committed to these new conditions, A, those conditions can always be amended again in the future if you want to, if someone comes back there and wants to build something else, or B, we have lovely pens, and we can draw a line on the other side of this dog park and bifurcate off that lot very simply and leave the rest any way the county would like to use it. An extremely simple thing to do if it causes the county concern about redistricting the entire land as opposed to that one small 1 acre, which is all we're talking about. It might even be a good idea for the county to do that for the waste facility just because it's such an unusual use anyway. You might want to bifurcate that one off. I'm not here tonight to advocate for that. I'm just saying it's there. It seems like a good concept.
Okay, I want my 3 minutes.
Okay, now I'm going to sit down and let Reba take over because she's the lady who really has spearheaded all of this. She really is the person behind this, and this is Reba Dillon. And listen to her because she's a great lady.
All right, I love you all for giving me these 3 minutes because I know you want to go home. But the one thing I want you all to know is we have worked so hard to make this a completely maintenance-free, from pavement to even the landscaping will be maintenance-free type landscaping. So there won't be no raking, no trimming or nothing. It'll be all set as that. And the one thing we're willing to do is turn our money over to Parks and Rec. We will give Parks and Rec our account. They will have full control of writing the checks for the bids. The only thing we would like is maybe we could get bids too for them. In other words, the nice big shelter we're going to build, we'll get bids from 3 other people. But what if I come in and say, hey, my company's going to bid it for $5,000 and y'all got bids for $16,000. So all I'd like to do is be able to help do some bids to get us the best prices like fencing and stuff. You know, I've had people donate money that actually live here in Rocky Mount because they know we're going to build a fantastic facility and it's going to be well took care of. And I've talked to the neighbors that own adjoining properties. Craig Wilson, he's going to build 20 houses. He's the next one next to us. He's tickled to death to see this dog park comes because he knows his people will use it. The apartments behind CVS, those people have no place to walk their dogs. They can't wait to see it come. You know, there's a lot of stuff being built that even behind Kroger's, all those apartments, those people will use it. But guys, one thing I want you to remember, I don't just raise money for Gills Creek District. We work with several of y'all's districts. And even Mr. Quinn can tell you, we work with all of you all. So that's the reason I'm asking you, when I come before you and offer you a project, I'm asking for your approval. I'm not begging for you to give me nothing. I'm asking you to let me help you. Thank you.
Do any of y'all have any questions based on that?
Anybody got any questions or comments? Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Can I just bring up something real quick? My name is Terry Parenti. I'm a real estate appraiser. I don't know if you could put the site back up, the full 16 acres, but just to really quick let you know, there you go. The left side, it's a dead end that goes up. The left side is somewhat workable. You can develop it, you can do certain things. That's probably why the dump's over there. That's why we're requesting the land over to the left. Over to the right is a very steep drop. I don't see, as an appraiser, I don't even know what you could do with it, quite honestly. And if you look at what you guys do as a county to go out and maintain it, you are maintaining the left side of the close to the roundabout. But once you get there over to the right, y'all haven't even touched it because I don't even think it's touchable. It's just a really steep decline down. So just keep that in mind when you're thinking about, you know, could we do something better with it? Is there something else we could do? Are we making a good decision? Keep in mind the right side of the property probably isn't developable.
Thank you. Ma'am, sitting back there, you got anything to say? You're the only one.
Oh, come on, Sean.
Huh?
She just wants to say hi.
Okay. All right, with that being said, I'm gonna close public comment. We'll close public comment and board, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead.
If it's at the board's discretion at this time. I find that the zoning map amendment will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent properties, that the character of the surrounding area will not be changed thereby, and that such zoning map amendment will be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the county code, comp plan, and with public health, safety, and general welfare to the community. Therefore, I move to recommend approval of the applicant's request for a zoning map amendment to amend the conceptual plan for use that depicts civic use and for the development of a dog park in accordance with one proffer as recommended in the staff report.
We got a second? All right, got a motion and a second on the table. Madam Clerk, will you read, do a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum is absent for the vote. Supervisor Quinn?
Yes.
Supervisor Jamison?
No.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
And Chairman Thompson.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
We're so happy, thank you.
and this was just voting for the zoning change. This was for nothing more. But I've never heard dog and low maintenance in the same sentence so many times.
Have you met
In
this
my
group?
life.
Have you met this
My
group?
wife brought home a dog, and that's exactly what she said.
Uh-huh.
Dog, and it ain't gonna be no maintenance.
Well, and Mr. Chairman, if I can just, I want to publicly thank this group, and I want to thank Parks and Rec, but in particular, this group of citizens who have been driven by passion for this community and driven by commitment to really fulfill a well-rounded district in the Westlake area that's going to address amenities for the increased population, especially that we're expecting. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart. And getting through all of the hoops is part of this. We all know that. But I do appreciate all of your efforts. And Reba, you know how much I appreciate you. And thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, we've now reached the time set aside in our
Sorry.
meeting for public comment. Mr. Chairman. What?
I need to confirm a vote.
Huh?
I need to confirm a vote. Marshall, what was your vote on that?
I said no.
Okay.
And I won't explain.
Thank
We didn't have no discussion in this as far as the board for the motion. I got no problem with the dog park. We're getting ready to develop one Smith Farm. In my opinion, or my no vote, that's what the dog park should be. We should incorporate into that. That's the reason I voted no.
Okay.
Anyway,
Well, and like I said, remember, we didn't vote on it.
I realize that. But if it goes there, what's gonna happen to the rest of the parcel down there?
This
in
says for the
future?
development of a dog park in my motion.
Do what?
In my motion, it's for the development of a dog park.
But we didn't approve any money to go for a dog park.
No, we've not got to that point.
No.
And you'll get a budget. That, I don't know next steps.
We'll have information on Thursday regarding the budget that was presented to you guys in June.
Yeah.
That kind of updates the fundraising and sponsorship efforts of recreational development of Franklin County and also covers some of those maintenance questions you have. So we will have that information on Thursday for you and be ready to answer additional questions.
Yeah, because we've had a look at it, but it was preliminary.
Yes.
I think that, Lori, I think that, right now, we're looking at us coming up with 50,000, and I think that we kind of totaled it at, if I'm not mistaken, for, Brandy, did it come in like about 90?
The total price that we presented in June was $131,000. There's about $39,000 in funding from recreational development of Franklin County, about $38,000 in sponsorships, leaving about $55,000 that was unfunded at that time. That's just merely the construction of it. We're also going to have a traffic impact analysis done. With the additional fundraising efforts, we hope we can buy that number down significantly.
So what we're hoping to do is be able to refurnish at least 50,000 or better, and then the county wouldn't have to come up with that much. And we'll continue with our fundraisers to possibly buy down even more than that. But you gotta remember, I got another fundraiser coming for an equestrian park. So, you know, right now, I think we're hoping to come up with around 50 to 60,000 for our share. That's a lot of money for the community to put out.
Madam Clerk, will you read that motion back, please?
It's the one that's in our book.
You remember it?
It's right here. Yeah.
Read it again, please.
Sure. The motion states that I find that the zoning map amendment will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent properties. that the character of the surrounding area will not be changed thereby, and that such zoning map amendment will be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the county code, comp plan, and with the public health, safety, and general welfare to the community. Therefore, I move to recommend approval of the applicant's request for a zoning map amendment to amend the concept plan for a use that depicts civic use and for the development of a dog park in accordance with one proffer as recommended in the staff report.
So it did say for the approval of the dog.
It did.
Yeah.
It did.
Okay, that's it.
So, what aren't you clear on, Mr. Mitchell?
I thought we were only voting on the zoning change, not that we were approving for them to break ground on a dog park. That's the way I understood it. If I'm wrong, somebody's gonna have to.
You're right. You're 100%
That's all they can't break ground without it coming to us for approval.
You're 100% right, Mr. Mitchell.
I understand.
Okay.
It's not my confusion.
You're 100% right. We're just asking to get the zoning, and we're going to come back and talk to you a whole bunch more about it.
We'll be back.
Okay, thank you.
We'll be back with our budget.
This has just been a little
Yep.
difficult to work through this evening.
Yep. All right, we've reached the time set aside in our meeting for public comment. Public comment gives citizens an opportunity to address the board in person or in writing on matters appropriate to the responsibilities of the board. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes of their comments. Speakers must direct all comments to the board as a whole and not at the individual board members or employees of the board of the county. Personal attacks and insulting, profane, or vulgar language will not be tolerated. Madam Clerk, you got anybody signed up?
Keith Johnson.
Johnson.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Keith Johnson, 190 Leaning Oak Road, Boone's Mill. You had a rough night tonight, but I'll be brief and I'll be easier than what you had. I don't know where you are with the preliminary planning for the Career Technical Education Center at the Modulcraft Building. Before you get too far in that, I was hoping you would consider. I heard someone express satisfaction with the school superintendent's comments about letting Franklin County homeschool and private school students participate in the anticipated and expanded Career Technical Education Program. I hope you look beyond that statement. I learned recently the public school allows homeschool and private school students to participate in extracurricular activities, sports clubs, only if they are enrolled in at least 2 classes at the school. That is because the state pays some funding if they're taking 2 classes. They won't provide any funding if they're only taking 1 class. So a homeschool student wanting to learn building trades will not be allowed to participate in the public school CTE program. Will not be allowed to participate. The school priority, is funding. And that seems fair. The school should have reasonable funding. Until you realize the parents of all these students, homeschool, private school, public school, and the religious exemption have already paid their taxes. So they're all in the same boat as far as paying for the services. Did you know the school board voted a couple months ago to exclude foreign exchange students from participating in sports or extracurricular activities? They did not want an exchange student taking a spot on a team that may exclude a public school student. This is not the inclusive approach for our Franklin County community. You, however, have the obligation to consider the needs of the entire community. They can limit theirs to the school, but you have a greater responsibility. The only way to be sure all students in Franklin County have access to CTE classes is to develop and manage the resources needed to include the almost 30% of the student population that does not attend public school. What happens if the superintendent changes his mind and excludes some student groups? What happens when we get a new superintendent that excludes some student groups? How do you provide space for adult trade education if the public school controls the space and has reasons why they don't want other groups using the space? The proposed expanded parallel learning space could also be available for use by the public school if demand increases and they add classes. For the community to benefit from these opportunities, Franklin County administration must maintain and control the parallel space separate from the school so that you have the ability of using it as the community needs if the school does not. So I'm asking you to consider with this plan a parallel education space that does the same thing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else here? You got anyone else signed up, Madam Clerk? Anyone else wishing to speak, public hearing? All right, with that being said, we will recess until September the 18th at 3 o'clock here in the boardroom.